Hola, mi amigo. So we have some new stuff to be debuted today. Let's do the sharing. Yeah, this week. Hang on a second. We got one more share. That one took a lot longer than I should have. I have the dumbasses. Watching all my videos now. You guys see my Trump video? Hey, you look a lot like Trump. You know, I'm proud of it. You know, I can say that back while you were telling me I'm wrong, while you were focused on whatever clown show they wanted you to focus on, I was telling you, Team Goyim, we need to move forward. Team Goyim, we need to move forward. Team Goyim, we need to move forward. It's weird, and I don't, you know, and I think I say this like, because I really don't think a lot of people can say this about themselves, right? Like, I'm proud of myself. Like, Joe can't be proud of himself. He's a pedophile, right? He's a pedophile. He's going to claim I'm spreading lies. Tell me one thing I'm lying about. Instead of being the bitch-ass coward who stalks me and watches all my videos and cries and cries and cries, why don't you just tell me what I'm wrong about? Take your meds, people. Take your meds. That's what they say. Because they can't actually argue or debunk. I appreciate you guys being here. Like, I don't think like, well, I make the same accusation about you, you fucking pedophile piece of shit. You both are. Oh, there goes Joe. Flat out called a pedophile, asked what I'm lying about, and what's he do? He doubles down. Take your meds. Pretty crazy. Just right in your face. Oh, that's a good one. We're gonna do that today. So I'm hoping Karen shows up so she can hear the new shit. Oh, he's sick and hateful to the core. Yes, I am sick and hateful. I am hateful to the core when it comes to you pedophiles. You are correct. And only a pedophile would think that's sick. But that's what you guys do. Oh, look! Mackenzie the pedophile! Mackenzie the pedophile! Absolute fucking piece of shit, man. I mean, look at this shit. Look at these weirdos, man. Friar Joe, he can't stay away. Of course not. Truth is sexy. No matter what, you know, no matter how you try to pretend like you don't like it, no matter what you might say, truth is sexy. You're drawn to it. And you might not agree with me, but, you know, especially these guys, right? They you know, they know they're shitbags. There's still that child in there that hadn't been raped yet. And there's still that person in there that knows you know, something. You feel sorry for me. That's why you watch every day. Right, you fucking pedo. Like, this guy feels sorry for me because I don't get to experience the joy he gets raping children. That's pretty fucked up, man. And again, how many of you would hear these comments? Joel, what's his name? Joel Bernstein? What did he say? It wasn't Bernstein. It was something. Nah, fuck it, he doesn't matter. But like, it's amazing. It's amazing. Who's gonna allow themselves to be outed like that and not say something about it? No, you're lying. What part's a lie? You smell bad. They're disgusting. And the best part is, like, their arrogance and their obliviousness and their entitlement, right? It's like they don't look around and see that their world is caving in. Was it? No. That didn't come through, Craig. Whatever you typed, it got all fucked up. The translation fucked it up. Pretty fucking crazy. Hey, ho, ho. This penis part has got to go. Hey, ho, ho. You guys will be getting 2 songs today. You'll be getting 2 versions of the same song. The CSK version and then the one I made it for you. Hey, ho, ho. This penis part has got to go. Hey, ho, ho. I wouldn't be surprised. Blah blah. Here comes more non-denial from pedophile Joel. Violent crime. Yes. That's. Look at the desperation. I mean, again, instead of denying what's being said or explaining what I'm wrong about, now you're just coming up with hypothetical fantasy situations. Says a lot. Like I'm telling you guys. These inbred friars are fucking stupid. You really have to get over this idea that they're smart. That they're in their position because they're smart. They're not. They're just sick. Right? They're sick pieces of shit. And they're willing to go to places that we aren't willing to go. And they've manipulated and they have us fighting each other over this stupidest shit. That's how they operate. You should be more careful. I mean, at the end of the day, look at it. These guys, let's just say they're regular people. Let's just say they're not Israeli troll, getting act.il sort of situation. Let's say these are real people. They're here every day. They'll be here the whole feed, the whole fucking however many hours I go live, they will be here. All they're gonna do is cry and defend and deny pedophilia and defend it. That's pretty fucked up, man. How far away I had to stay from schools? Again, I don't even understand what that's supposed to mean. I just dropped my kid off at a school and I live by a school. So, but this is what they do. Instead of, they try everything they can come up with to try to, fuck with this feed, disturb things. And none of it works. And yet, what I say about them, it bugs the shit out of them. So they try to sort of, say it back, but it just doesn't work. I mean, they sound fucking stupid, right? But this is just what it is, right? This is how this works. You know, somebody like me doesn't go live every day making, pleading with my community that we change the laws so we can kill pedophiles, and they're guilty. It's just not how it works. I mean, obviously, I'm not Friar, so that should be a real big heads up for you. These friars are, you have to understand how much of a part of their cult pedophilia is. It's part of who they are, right? It's what creates the monsters that exist in this world. It's what creates the monsters that can live off of the genocide of other people, that can control Hollywood and the casting couch, and I mean, really, if it weren't for the censorship and the manipulation, people wouldn't call the church the number one fucking pedos. They would acknowledge these friars as being the number one pedos. It's what they do. It's the foundation of their cult. You don't have friarism without, you don't have the themish people without pedophilia. And of course, these are pretty bold statements, but nobody is going to, second only, Trump is second only to the friars. As far as pedophilia goes, yeah, probably. I mean, obviously there are a lot more way worse pedos out there that aren't on TV. They're the people that Epstein is supposed to distract us from. But Trump is definitely up there. Wow. It is fucking crazy out here. Oh, like again, I mean, seriously. I'm nothing, right? I got 6 people watching me, 2 viewers. Why would these guys come back day after day after day and claim they hate me if I wasn't right about what I'm doing? Just seems like it's common sense, we're not asking you to perform rocket surgery here. This is just common sense shit, and you can see it. You can see how they operate, and you can associate it with, the more you learn about their cult, the more all this makes sense. When you start learning about soul correction and the Talmud and just like these guys, they do what's called soul correction every 2 weeks. This is happening in Israel to this day. Every 2 weeks right now. Large groups of adults get naked and stand in a big giant circle, and in the center of the circle is another circle where the kids are there, and they're naked too. And the adults will, read psalms and say verses and all kinds of shit like that. And then they rape the children. This happens after Torah lessons. I don't think this guy said, NPC, no one is that hateful. Again, this guy is acting like I'm crazy for hating pedophiles. Do you see it? He's trying to do everything he can to affect you. He doesn't even address me. He's not talking to me because he knows everything he says works against him. He's desperately trying to get the people watching to not watch. Why? Why? He's coming up with, I'm fake and I'm an MP. Like whatever he can come up with, but he can't answer for why he's not a pedo. He can't answer for metzitzia. He can't answer for soul correction. He can't answer for bottom of darkness. Pretty fucking crazy. Yeah, we're not being racist. They aren't a race. Nice try, though. We're talking about a pedophile cult. Something people choose to be. Right? That's not a race. A race is something you can't change. A race is something you can't convert to or from. But this is, again, when they don't have anything real to say, they get desperate. This man is a snake. Like, yep. Every time I say we should kill pedos, that upsets Joe. What does that tell you about Joe? Especially when I point out the fact that we should definitely kirk the Jewish, the friars. The friar pedos. Don't you think we should get rid of shouldn't we protect the Jewish children first and foremost? Out of anything else in the world, shouldn't we protect the Jewish children? How come all of these friars that are here and crying about me talking about the friars don't support when I say we need to protect the friar children? 3,000 years of nothing. There's 3,000 years fake history. Funniest thing, I'm so glad he said that. The family, not on the family. The second iteration. So if you pay attention, you see that Carol O'Connor, Archie, outside of like the Jeffersons and shit, is the only or Goyim character in the show. Everyone else is a friar. They love to do that. They love to have, entitled friars pretending to be poor white people. Roseanne made $1 gazillion doing it. And then when she lost her own show talking about her own people, saying that she looked like a monkey. That's pretty fucking funny, right? But obviously Edith, Meathead, Gloria, these are all friars, right? Disgusting piece of shit friars, especially Rob Reiner. Just, ugh, what a disgusting pig he was. Obviously, his kid killed him for a reason, right? They sure are hiding. Notice how nobody's talking about that? Notice how the Rob Reiner death, being killed by his own fucking kid, has just completely disappeared? Why? Because he killed him because he fucking touched him when he was a kid. He killed him for the metzitzia. He killed him for the soul correction. He killed them, They have to keep those lids on those stories because especially people like me will blow that shit up. Right? Rob Reiner's a piece of shit. Again, the evidence is in front of you. You just have to see it. You don't have to be told the evidence. You have to look at it and decide for yourself. Right? But on the second iteration, they doubled down at it. It wasn't enough that they had all friar characters outside of Archie. Now, his niece, he had his two nieces that move in because everybody but Archie leaves. The one is like an 11, 12-year-old little friar girl. And then the other one, Billy, I think she's friar too, but I'm not really sure actually. But also, Archie ends up going, his bar, he ends up getting a friar business partner. And so suddenly Archie Bunker's place becomes all these lessons about friar life and friar this and friar that. And one day, the local synagogue, the local yeshiva, was vandalized. And you know how they spray painted swastikas on the windows. Oh. And this becomes like the central theme of the narrative, right? They need to form a watch group, and They got to do everything they can. The black people around them have been getting decimated for decades. They don't do anything. A fryer establishment gets some spray paint on the windows and everybody loses their fucking minds. But at one point, the little girl is talking to the business partner and they're having this heartfelt, and they're talking about the place, and she goes, I don't understand why this happens. Why does this happen? She says it as she's sitting down, and he goes to sit down with her, and he says, I know. We've been asking this same question for 5,000 years. 5,000 years? Man, that shit just keeps getting longer and longer. They've been asking the same question for 5,000 years. I think they realized how stupid that was, so they changed it to 3,000. But yeah, they used to walk around saying that they've been being persecuted for 5,000 years. They were so persecuted, they never actually wrote any of it down. It was all oral history. You know, that's why they don't really exist throughout history. You know, and really all of history is manufactured, so I guess it's not too much different, but yeah, they didn't even bother. Like, I'm telling you, this cult sort of shows up in what I can tell is like the 1850s or so. Right? And, you know, I mean, it all just coincides with the reset idea, right? And just because we don't have any sort of, the only knowledge we have is what they want us to know. We're stuck with piecing it together, you know, just based on assumption. And that's why I don't even like doing it. Because it really does, you know, we have to rely on them to tell us the truth about them. And that just, you know, they don't tell the truth. That's not their thing. They're not known for truth. They're not known for reason. They're fucking liars. Liar friars. That's all they do. And so, you know, when you hear their crybaby justification for shit, always keep that in mind. Like, it's all fake. It's all lies. And they do it to keep their shit going. Right? I mean, you can't blame them, right? Like, anybody that's in a undeserved position of power and one that isn't maintainable through honesty or physicality, of course you're gonna get this. Hank, I gotta go get water. Can you?
What are you talking about?
Gee, I wonder.
I was deep reading. Oh, look. It's Santorini. Boy, would I love to be there right now. Wouldn't that just be having that view out your window? Oh my God. That would be amazing. Hey there, guys. How are you? How's my day going? I'm really tired today. Probably because it's so shitty and rainy and blech out. Tired and achy.
I knew you weren't going to say anything.
I was talking to
I
them.
didn't hear you. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Jeez. Yeah. Look at Joe crying, and Joe can't stop crying about how sick I am and how wrong I am because I think we should kill pedos. Like, I mean, seriously, I don't even really have to try. These guys are so stupid, they out themselves. Like, despite their best efforts, they're still just outing themselves. Why does this guy keep saying I'm sick? What about what I'm saying is gross or wrong, or, you know, especially since he can't actually articulate what it is that bothers him so much. And he's an acknowledged friar. Keep that in mind. He's more than admitted and acknowledged that he's a piece of shit friar. So what does that say? Why do the friars keep calling me sick for saying we need to protect the Jewish children? You know, and this is one of those things where it really does tell you, like, you have to really look and say, okay, so how come this guy is so angry at me for for anything really, but for suggesting that we kill protect the friar children? What sense does that make? He's a friar. He should be loudly and proudly saying the same thing. For some reason, they never do. The friar pedophile said, please leave your anti-Semite of a husband. I know you're scared of him. Because again, that's how they operate, right? That's how they operate in their household, right? He just assumes that it's that way here, you know, because violence towards women, towards children, that's just a part of their narrative. Right? He was terrified of his father. His mother was terrified of his father. And rightfully so. He was a fucking huge rapist. Joel Bernstein or Bernstein, whatever the fuck his name is. His father was a fucking rapist. And I guarantee his mother is 10 years younger than his father, at least. He's got some old crusty ass dad. And his mom, you know, roughly 10 years younger than his dad. And that's just what they do. That's how they operate. You know, the information is available to you. It's just hard to find it. But, you know, surprisingly, and maybe it's just arrogance, but they're so stupid that they I mean, it's arrogance, it's inbred. There's a few factors here, but it's how they operate. It's what they have to do to survive. Stupidity. Look, now I'm being assigned labels out of their stupidity. He's a Democrat. Yeah. I'm one side of the friar control scheme, for sure. They tell me to pick one. Hey, we're going to slap you in the face with the left or right hand. Which one do you want us to slap you with? And I'm like, well, what hand are you? Right-handed. Oh, well, I'm smart, so I'm going to assume you can't slap as hard with your left hand, so left hand. Right? That's what you being Republican and Democrat and all that shit is. That's how that works. You're choosing which hand slaps you. Same being, same body, just different hands. I know you're scared of me. Watch out, bitch! Hey, bitch! Talk to me like that, bitch! Joe just admitted his dad is 11 years older than his mom. Fucking A. Gee, how did I know that was going to happen? And he was 31. Sure he was. I'm sure your whore mother waited from 12 to 20 for your dad. Fucking whores. His whore piece waiting that long. Yeah, my dad was 31 when he got with my... Even still, if that's the case, it just shows you not only how sick he is, but how sick she is. What kind of sick piece of shit woman wants to be with a fucking 30-year-old 31-year-old man when she's in her 20s. It's just disgusting. It's just disgusting. Yes, he definitely voted for Kamala. Yep. Because you're dumb enough to vote and fall for it, that must mean I am. Because you support pedo Trump, that must mean I support the other side. That's just how stupid these people are. And they have to be. He's not going to make some better argument. He's not going to debunk what I have to say. He's not going to tell you all this good shit about Trump. Well, Trump actually, he's the good guy because of this, that. Nah, they got nothing. Nothing. They know that their dude's a pedo. That's not news to them. We have to wake the fuck up and realize, like, we are better than what they present us with, than the options we're given. And once you realize that you're better than, especially their fake religious bullshit, their control scheme bullshit, it opens the world. Obviously, Joey's going to try to bribe you if you say too much, even if you're wrong, right? Because I'm sure when Joe gets off of here, he goes to somebody else's feed and tries to bribe them, right? Nah. Oh, now we've been knocked down to 1 viewer and 5 likes. Totally makes sense. Joe's whore mother. His fucking pedophile father. So what Joe basically admitted was that his dad was probably like 23 when he got together with his mom. She was betrothed, and we don't know if he's the original person she was betrothed to, or it was just a case where he stole her. He raped her and then had to pay the dowry, and however that works. Right, he bought her. Exactly, he bought her. That's how they operate. They buy their wives. And they definitely don't wait till they're 20 years old to start popping out kids. It's not how they operate. Right? You use the word stupid because you don't because you don't, blah, blah. Look at how stupid you are. Like, you can't even type properly. And you're yelling. You've got the cap locks on, so you're yelling, and you can't even get it correct. Man, he claims he's fighting. He's a monster. How? It's funny that you clearly can answer things. You talked about your dumbass pedo father and your whore mother as a result of me saying something about it. And yet, when it comes to, justifying, explaining anything, you suddenly go silent. So you're making a choice not to answer certain things, but certain things about your whore mom and your pedo father, well, you're going to answer that. Oh, look, we have a dumb Christian on here. Jesus is Lord. What does that even mean? Jesus is Lord. Oh, shit, do you mean like, and will never be royal? Is that Lord? No, that's Randy Marsh. That's Randy Marsh. I am Lord, la 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 la. I am Lord. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. All these dumb Christians who don't actually know what they're talking about. You belong to the organization, but you don't have any idea as to why, what that organization stands for, what that organization's about, especially not the foundations and all that. I belong to the club. Yeah, I know they rape children all the time. I just ignore it because I want to go to heaven when I die. You know, and like, again, Joe doesn't go live every day, you know, going against the grain, demanding that we kill pedos, demanding that we eliminate the metzitzia PEDO CULT that he's a member of. The only thing Joe does is finds a guy who thinks we should kill pedos and tries to either get him to stop or get his audience to stop watching him. So what does that tell you? What does common sense tell you about that? Who does that sound like? Does that sound like a regular old stand-up good person who wants to eliminate the pedophilia in this world? Or does that sound like another typical friar pedo? Like they all are. Right? They all are. You guys just don't understand that, right? The whole thing is pedophilic. That's why they do so much to try to stop us from noticing. That's why they try to make it illegal if you notice. Okay? Nobody else has this distinction of you can't talk about them or else you get in trouble. So why do they? If what they do is so holy and wonderful, shouldn't they want us talking about it? Shouldn't they want us questioning it? Shouldn't they want us, you know, getting to the place where we accept it wholeheartedly without having to be forced into doing it? Where we choose to accept their shit? Shouldn't that be the goal? Yet, for some strange reason, they get really, really mad. They get really mad. Stop talking about killing pedos, guy. That hurts our feelings. How come not one of these friars comes in and says, look, you're wrong about friarism. It's a beautiful religion, not a cult. It's a beautiful religion because of this, and this, and this, and this. How come they never come in to defend themselves? Though they do spend a lot of time attacking me for suggesting that we do our best to protect Jewish children. Does that even sound like normal people to you? Don't you understand? Jesus is alive and he proves all of my need. He provides all of my needs and even some of my wants. Really? So you think Jesus is alive and you're arrogant as fuck and say that he provides you with things? So why are you so much better than all of those children that are constantly being raped by clergy? Why does Jesus choose to help you and not them? Are they not praying right? Well, that's what they do. They stop the conversation. Yes, I work for Iran. Even though I've been talking about all these things since long before Iran was a big thing. Yep, I work for Iran. Look at how desperately stupid this guy is. This is the guy who won't acknowledge, you know, why don't you just tell us what metzitzia is about? Why don't you just, you know, explain some things? Why are you this desperate other than you're a guilty fucking pedophile and you know that once the switch flips, you're going to be put into the fucking machine? You sound like somebody really, really scared of what the consequences are because you've never had consequences. You've never had to, you know, you've never had to be held accountable for the disgusting, horrible things you do. Sweet. Joe is scared of consequences. Joe is scared of reality. Reality terrifies Joe. He lives in a fantasy world where he's chosen by God, and you know, they can do whatever they want. They can commit genocide, and nobody. Not only should people not be upset about it, they shouldn't even talk about it. Just turn a blind eye to it. It's not happening. Why don't you live in Iran? Because my parents didn't have sex there? But hey, see how I even address the dumbass comments, right? I even address all this shit. And yet, these guys, they can't. You know, you have the opportunity to explain to however people end up seeing this video exactly, you know, what I'm wrong about, why your shit is good, why you're the good guys, blah, blah, blah. And yet, you don't. Strangely enough, all you do is prove the point. It's not actually easy to move there. Funny you say that, but I'd be surprised if you'd be allowed to nowadays. You're a prisoner here in the United States. You just don't know it. You know. Try leaving, see what they do. Iranian propaganda is what you are. So, it's Iranian propaganda that you guys rape children? It's not in your bylaws? It's not who you are as people? Here, let's see this. Let's see. I just want to see something real quick. So, I'm going to look up Israel Hayom real quick, and we'll see how that's associated with Iran. Israel Hayom is an Israeli Hebrew language free daily newspaper distributed for free around Israel. It is the country's most widely distributed newspaper, owned by the family of Sheldon Adelson. You know, Miriam and Sheldon, the people that control the president. The casino mogul and political donor, Israel Hayom, has been noted for its right-wing editorial stance and coverage of Israeli politics, often sparking debate about its political alignment. We can say that Israel Hayom is not Iranian at the very least, right? We know that it's not Iranian propaganda when it's Israel Hayom. That's a safe bet. So now let's look up Israel Hayom, bottom of darkness. You see this? Here we go again. We're on the page, the Israel Hayom page. And here is the bottom of darkness article. Multiple women, and this is what they do. They make it so hard to read this article. You have to keep clicking shit and whatever. Multiple women recount organized abuse, including ritual ceremonies conducted by people they knew, even close family members. After months of interviews with victims, their families, treatment professionals, and experts in Israel and abroad, a disturbing picture emerges with descriptions difficult to read. Normally, I'd click over and let Grok tell you, but hey, let's do this. Yep, broke loser. Yep. Broke loser. Too bad the rest of you aren't broke losers. Then maybe we could have, pedophilia would be eliminated. Keep in mind, all of the people talking shit come here every single day to cry about what I'm doing. Real quick, before I go into this, let's just explain who's in the comment section, because they won't tell you why they're here. Lying again, LOL, no sources. Did you not see the bottom of darkness, Israel Hayom as the source? I don't know what source you need more than that, but again, we're dealing with inbred fucking friars. You can't really be expected to do much better. So, act.il, locked up page, is a social networking service used by supporters of Israel to oppose online, quote, anti-Israel content, such as the boycott, divestments, and sanctions movement, BDS. Its activities were referred to as, quote, an online propaganda campaign and, quote, a virtual situation room of pro-Israel experts. Now, pay attention to the wording here. Act.il directed its users to, quote, missions to like, comment on, and share pro-Israel materials on social media. It also asked users to flag, report, and respond to criticisms of Israel. Users were guided how to respond, which might entail writing a reply using the provided talking points. It's why they don't actually answer anything. It's why they all sort of seem the same and they all say the same things. It's not actually bot farm. Part of it is bot farm for sure. But people like Joe are actually act.il. Right? Joe is just a piece of shit, right? No, here we go. Now I need to be in a padded room because I'm mental. I'm so mental, I can create Wikipedia pages that back me up with my mind. But notice how, again, they never actually say anything good. What they're taught to say from the beginning, now I have to go to a different thing here. So now we have to switch to Auto-Emancipation real quick. Auto-Emancipation is a pamphlet written anonymously in German by a Russian, Polish friar doctor who was only a doctor because friars weren't allowed to practice law in Russia. So he got his law degree but decided to be a doctor instead. You know, like how it works. Doctor and activist Leon Pinsker in 1882. Again, it's attributed to him after it might be after his death. It was initially anonymous. It is considered a founding document of modern friar nationalism, especially Zionism. Pinsker discussed the origins of anti-Semitism and argued for a friar self-rule and the development of a friar national consciousness. He wrote that friars would never become the social equals of Goyim until they had a state of their own. He called on friar leaders to convene and address the problem. In the pamphlet, pay attention, he describes anti-friar attacks. If you don't agree with their supremacy, anti-Semitism, Semitism is policy or predisposition favorable to these pieces of shit. It's supremacy, right? If you don't agree with their supremacy, then it's a psychosis, a pathological disorder, and an irrational phobia. Mental, you need to take your meds. You need to take your meds. Take your meds, Cupid Yee. Take your meds. You're schizophrenic. You need to be locked in a mental home. This is how they've been taught to argue from the beginning. And again, I don't know how you're going to argue with this. This isn't my shit. I'm not saying this is what this tells you. This is what they want you to know. By completing missions, pay attention, users earned points, unlocked badges, and had their scores displayed on leaderboards. What do you think badges are? Points, prizes. You know. I used to think it was just like shit like trips and TVs and all that, but it's actually even more that they get stripes. You know, they get a better position in the situation. The more points they get, the higher up they get. And that's how they can find their people. You know, that's a way for them to find people. According to Plus 972, act.io, was the centerpiece. Plus 1972 is an Israeli, another big magazine, online publication, propaganda bullshit. Was the centerpiece of the digital campaign called For IL, or For Israel, announced in 2017 by Gilad Erdan, then the Minister of Strategic Affairs, for the promotion of Israel and the delegitimization of boycott, divestments, and sanctions. Again, pay attention. The act.il app would assign users missions to challenge social media posts it considered to be critical of Israel or in favor of the BDS movement. Erdan called it an iron dome of truth. Act.il was a joint project of the private Israeli university IDC Herzliya and the US-based Israeli-American Council. The Maccabee Task Force, again, one of Sheldon Adelson. Well, that's weird. Sheldon Adelson. Huh. That's weird, because that's like the same shit that was said about the Israel Hayom. So not only does Sheldon Adelson control the president, which you're about to see, he controlled Israel's #1 biggest free propaganda piece, and he was a major factor in their online multiplayer style video game where they incentivize friars to troll people like me, to find people like me and do whatever you can to disrupt it. And it's all Sheldon Adelson. You say, Sheldon Adelson, what's that mean? Here, let's hear from Trump.
Promising, I never understood it until I got there. There was a lot of pressure put on these presidents. It was put on me too, but I didn't yield to the pressure. But every president for decades said, we're going to do it. The difference is I kept my promise and officially recognized the capital of Israel.
They already start clapping like they know what he's going to say. Now they stand up like dumbasses. See, so what you're seeing right now is someone making the argument, right? It's not just feelings. It's not just some weirdo fake profile saying one thing or another. I'm making the argument, and then I'm presenting it to you in undeniable pieces of shit that's not my stuff. It's stuff that they want us to know. This is a speech Trump is giving in front of the Israeli flag like he's their boy. Just listen to how this keeps going. They're all still clapping. This has been 15 seconds. Miriam.
Look at Miriam. She's back there. Stand up.
Stand up, he says. She doesn't stand up. She doesn't do what he tells her. She stays sitting down. It'll come back around. Watch.
Miriam and Sheldon would come into the office. They'd call me. He'd call me. I think they had more trips to the White House than anybody else I can think of. Look at her sitting there so innocently. She's got 60 billion in the bank, 60 billion. I think she's saying no more. And she loves Israel, but she loves it, and they would come in, and her husband was a very aggressive man, but I loved him. He was a very aggressive, very supportive of me. And he'd call up, can I come over and see you? I say, Sheldon, I'm the president of the United States. It doesn't work that way. He'd come in, would do. But they were very responsible for so much, including getting me thinking about Golan Heights, which is probably one of the greatest things to ever happen.
Taking Syrian land, the Golan Heights, and for some reason, the President of the United States recognizing that land as being Israel's and saying, if anybody disagrees, they have to deal with us. Somehow that's diplomacy. Somehow all you people upset about what's going on now or whatever, all you Ian Carroll guys, where were you back then? When he just took people's land. There wasn't even a fight or anything. He just signed it over, and then the Israelis went in and wiped those people out. That's all that happens. It's what they do. And Trump just said that's probably one of the greatest things to ever happen. To ever happen. Like, he supposedly believes in Jesus, right? That's what you guys think. That's what he tells you. He's saying that's on the level of Jesus's birth. One of the greatest things to ever happen was him illegally taking land. Not even for the United States, for Israel. Strange, huh? The U.S. as a state 100% supports and needs Israel. For what? What do we need Israel for? Give me something other than, oh, they're a strategic ally or something, like, give us something tangible. Because all of that strategic ally bullshit, it gets thrown out the window when you say, well, the only reason we would need some sort of ally strategically in that arena is because everybody hates us for Israel. If we didn't do completely 100% support Israel like you just said, then nobody would hate us. They've hated us for our support. Like you don't understand that. You think the Gulf War is about, whatever Desert Storm bullshit they tell you. You don't realize it's because Netanyahu was ordering things around. Netanyahu was saying all the same shit that he says now about Iran, about Iraq. And they needed to cover up for a pedo situation that went all the way up to the president. The Franklin story. I mean, it's again, I can present you with narratives that you're going to have a hard time denying, which is why nobody does in the comments. They just kind of cry about shit. Karen, you're here. Cool, I'm glad you're here. You couldn't figure it out, huh? You had all this time and you couldn't figure it out. Well, today's the day.
Miriam, stand up, please.
Miriam, stand up, please. Right? Now when he asks her to stand up, Miriam, stand up, please, then she stands up. Do you get it? When he said, stand up, Miriam, stand up, he wasn't asking, he was telling. She doesn't listen to the Goyim. Right? Fucking weird.
She loves this country. Her and her husband are so incredible.
Watch the guy on
But I
on her
actually
right.
asked, I'm going to get her in trouble with this, but I actually asked her once, I said, so Miriam, I know you love Israel. What do you love more, the United States or Israel?
What a weird thing to say.
To answer. That might mean Israel.
What a weird conversation. Look at this guy.
We
He's
love you.
pissed.
Thank you, darling, for being here. That's a great honor. Great honor. She's a
He's
wonderful
fucking
woman.
pissed.
She is a great woman.
Right? So that just shows you who the Adelsons are. Sheldon's dead. Sheldon died a couple years ago. Miriam just inherited the whole thing. Because they marry women so much younger than them because they're gross. Oh yeah, well, I'm going to play in a second. I just want to get through this last bit. Sheldon, the Maccabee task force, and remember, the whole Maccabee thing, it's why Hanukkah is celebrated. You see so many different things that are called the Maccabee. They refer to themselves as the descendants of the Maccabees and Maccabee this, You hear it a lot when you pay attention. The Maccabee thing, just Hanukkah, is about circumcision. Pedophilia, circumcision. It's a celebration of pedophilia and circumcision. The Maccabees were the ones that they were mad because they weren't allowed to circumcise. And so they started a revolt. And that's why Hanukkah is celebrated. There's a longer version of it, obviously, but that's how this works. It's all intertwined. It's all a very small group. Very small hat group. The organization, or the Maccabee Task Force, one of Sheldon Adelson's foundations, is a major funder of act.il. The organization behind act.il is staffed by former intelligence officers and has a collegial relationship with the Israeli intelligence community. It has a close relationship with Israel's Minister of Strategic Affairs, which combats the BDS movement, which it views as a threat. According to Mendoweiss, an email sent in March of 2022, this used to be the last paragraph here, to the app's users announced that the app will be shut down, but that users should continue to interact with act.il's content on its other social media platforms. The new end paragraph that was added about 8-9 weeks ago says the application was relaunched in early 2026 under the name Rise App, R-I-S-E, capital A-P-P, all one word, with the former act.il owners partnering with Reichman University for the release and also transferring the former act.il user base to the new service. 40,000 plus members from act.il were transferred to this new service. They have 40,000 people. Well, they had 40,000 people. And however many it is now, it's way, way higher than that. So that's the human side of this. The other side that they use is called Team Jorge. Team Jorge is the name given to an outfit of Israeli contractors specialized in the use of malign cyber activities, including hacking, sabotage, and bot farm run social media disinformation campaigns to manipulate the outcomes of presidential level elections. Yeah, they can't mess with some guy's feed. They can only manipulate presidential elections. Duh. The group was exposed in February of 2023 after an award-winning undercover operation by journalists from Israel and France as part of a consortium of investigative journalists coordinated by Forbidden Stories. That consortium includes journalists from France, Germany, Indonesia, Israel, Kenya, Spain, Tanzania, and the United States. The organization has been active on paper. Oh, that's weird. Suddenly, my feed drops. I drop down to 1 viewer, 8 likes and 1 viewer, 2,500 plus subscribers. Yeah, I'm not describing what's happening here, am I? This is all just me being crazy. The worst kind of liar is a bad liar, absolutely. And Joe falls into that category. Remember, guys, Joe is a proud pedophile. The organization has been active since at least 2015 on paper. You know, the year before Trump lost the election by 2.7 million votes while claiming he was going to drain the swamp, the AIPAC swamp. And yet it was that same AIPAC swamp that overrode our choice for the third time in modern history, the first 2 times being when Bush Jr. won. But for the third time, we just didn't pick the right person by 2.7 million votes. Hillary had 2.7 million more votes. And there was a much smaller turnout that year than there is nowadays. But it was the AIPAC swamp that he was going to drain that put him in office anyway. Active since at least 2015 on paper and boasts of having manipulated 33. They got to throw that 33 in there just for those that are paying attention. 33 elections, presidential elections worldwide. Don't worry, white people. Many of them were in Africa, meaning 4 or more were in Africa. And in 27 cases with successful results. So 82% of the time, they try this one Israeli Black Ops organization. There are hundreds, if not thousands of them. But 82% of the time, this one organization tries to manipulate a presidential election. They are successful. And remember, many of them were in Africa, meaning 4 or more. It shows that they failed 6 times. So those 6 times that they failed were the ones in Africa. That's why they word it the way they do. Their activities were revealed following a 2022 sting operation in Tel Aviv carried out by 3 undercover journalists who posed as prospective clients and filmed their interactions with Tal, T-A-L, Hanan, H-A-N-A-N, the group's leader and former Israeli Special Forces operative. He said that they'd been active for at least for more than 2 decades. So more than 20 years, he says, and has been engaged in propaganda and disinformation activities in more than 30 countries. This is what he was telling the prospective clients. When you actually read the articles, it's a lot more in depth. However, the services have been available to government intelligence agencies, political campaigns, and private companies that wish to covertly manipulate public opinion. And this is on fucking Wikipedia, right? This isn't some secret shit that you have to know the password to get to. This is so fucking well known that there's a Wikipedia page about it. And nobody has an issue with Israel selling a service where they can, to political campaigns, private companies, and government intelligence agencies that wish to covertly manipulate public opinion? Make that make sense. That's like me having 11 viewers and 11 shares, or 11 likes. If you're watching, like, share, and sub, you've never seen anything censored like this before. Ask yourself why Ian Carroll is allowed to exist. He doesn't get in trouble. The guy that appears online in March of 2023 just out of nowhere, has no previous background or anything, can't find anything about him from prior to March of 2023. He's allowed to say everything he wants, right? He also tells you to believe in Jesus. He also talks about satanic pedophilia, because pedophilia is not bad enough. And I can prove that the whole satanic panic bullshit was, again, just another cover-up for the friars. If you look at the satanic symbolism, it's very similar. Very similar. All those guys. Every truther that we all know of, that all, you know, whether it's Stu Peters or it's Bella Margaret or, you know, it's any of these people, these Esther projects. They all seem like they're reading from the same script, don't they? James Lee, right? These guys make great videos. The best truthers are going to be the ones that put out the most truth. Doesn't mean they're pointing to all of the truth. Doesn't mean they're pointing to the truth. They're just telling you truth so you pay attention. Belch. Combination of crack, meth, coke, crocodile, speed, you name it. I got it in this bowl. That's what I'm doing. In my bong. I'm sorry, in my bong. How come all of the truthers say the same things and none of them tell you about this shit? All the ones that live a good life, the Nick Fuenteses, that are wealthy, they live a really good life, supposedly talking bad about the system. The one thing they'll all tell you is that you can't blame the cult because they have a couple of cult member friends that are nice to their face. So that means it's not the cult. It's something else. I just fucked that up. I did just fuck that up. Don't worry, we can pull it right back up. Don't worry, we got you. Oops. One of the organization's primary tools is a software package called Advanced Impact Media Solutions, or AIMS. The software automates centralized control of thousands of social media profiles across the board. But this is different. So remember that consortium of nerds I read you? The consortium of countries where all the nerds were got together to do this. These are nerds. These are people very familiar with the way things work. They said that it wasn't fair to call them bots because it was so much more advanced than what anybody thinks of as capable. Right? They said it was a more accurate term would be avatars. Because Friar Kid Diddler has a Facebook page, a YouTube channel, a fucking Instagram. They have all of these with the same name that the same person can operate all at the same time. It's on another level. And they also bragged about being able to create as many as 30,000 of those bots in 2022. 30,000 of those avatars at any given time. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? And yet, doesn't that explain kind of what's going on in my feed? Because at the end of the day, you would think, if you did happen to just stumble across this feed, and you were like, what's this guy talking? Oh, he's saying kill pedophiles? Right on, dude. I might not even be into this conversation, but you're getting a like. I'm going to go find something a little less serious, but I support you, man. Keep up the good work. Kill the pedophiles. Don't you think that's what normal people would do? Yet, these people that are assigned here, because they come here every day. It's not like they stumble across this shit every day. They come here every day. They seem to be pretty mad at me for suggesting that we overthrow the friars and essentially kill the pedos. But this is what happens, man. This is how this works. If you're not paying attention, they're gonna trample you. So we go. So now, when I read you this Israel Hayom Bottom of Darkness article, things are gonna make a little bit more sense. But we're also going to, because Karen's here, I'm sure he snorts bath salts. Now it's bath salts. This guy's trying to come up with anything he can, yet he's an admitted friar pedophile himself, and he won't tell us why metzitzia okay, soul correction's okay, but all this bottom of darkness that I'm about to read you is okay. He won't tell you any of that shit. Interesting, huh? So we're going to listen to the Guy version or the Charles version first. Karen, you pick. Guy or Charles version first? I don't know. I'm just joking. I'm definitely on some kind of weird stimulant. Yep. That stimulant's called truth. That's why you don't recognize it. That's why it looks weird to you. It's truth. It's righteousness. It's good. I think we should kill people like you. You want to stop me. How could you be proud or even do a good job opposing me in this situation? You can't. It just ends up being this kind of dumb shit. Karen, come on. What are we doing here? Why do you care about Israel and what's going on there? I don't care about Israel. I care about Palestine and what's being done to the people there. Because I'm not some piece of shit like you that goes, well, it's not happening to me, so I don't care. They're starving children to death. And if the children don't die from the starvation, they die from bombs being dropped on them. They're doing it in Lebanon. They're creating World War III. Nobody's talking about the fact that the 100 strikes in 10 minutes that Israel just did in Lebanon happened on the last day of of Passover. What a quinky dink, huh? What a quinky dink. It's not free Palestine. Free Palestine is just a piece of it. You don't say free Palestine to the Lebanese, do you? You don't say free Lebanon to the Syrians, do you? To the Iranians, do you? They all have a common enemy, and it's our common enemy. It's everyone's common enemy. And, you should understand, everything that isn't them is considered Goyim. Whether it's us as people, the animals, the inanimate objects, trees and cars and shit, everything is considered Goyim that isn't them. So why don't we look at it like that? Why do we look at each other like, oh, you have a darker skin than I do. Well, you like a different thing than I do. Well, your parents had sex in a different place than mine did. You believe in a different chosen friar sky daddy, one of 3 Abrahamic religions. They're all the same thing. They're all Abrahamic because they all come from Abraham. Abraham, the father of the friar people, who was his wife, the mother of the friar people, was his sister. Obviously, it was his younger sister. I'd like to see any of you dumbass Christians prove that your stupid ass God doesn't hate fucking religion, hate everything associated with it. If you were God, wouldn't you hate looking down at the churches and being like, why do they have so much gold and money and opulence? Why do they keep raping children? Why aren't they helping people? Yeah, you'd probably hate it too. And so how can you prove that God doesn't hate all the religions? But because, like your book tells you, he's comically powerless, right? He's a fucking joke. And it took all of his effort to finally break through, and he's using me. How can you prove that I'm not, the vessel for God? Speaking out what God truly wants. How do you know that's not the case? Can you prove it? That reminds me of a song. Come on, Karen, where the fuck did you go? You got kicked out, didn't you? Karen, are you going Charles or Guy version first? Hallelujah. Most people feel the same way in their own religions. No, they don't. You're dumb as shit, dude. Religion is arrogance. You arrogant shitbags think that your thing is correct. Your version of Christianity, your version of Islam, your version of Judaism. That one's correct, and all the other ones are wrong. You can't prove yours is right. You can't prove those are wrong. But, you believe that way because you're an arrogant prick. Wait, no, I'm asking you, which one do you want to hear? The Charles version of the song or the Guy version of the song? He made a version. I liked it, but I was like, it's not necessarily what I had in mind for the song. And he was like, all right, I'll do another one. And then I listened to his version another couple times, and I was like, but I like it. So let's do another double drop. Belch. The Guy version. You answered first. You know what? Let's go sit in the car. Why don't we just go sit in the car so we have the full sound for it? I'm really excited. This is a song that, I always knew I would cover. Long before I was ever even making music. and knew I would do this song. And and so I told Karen we were doing it. I recorded it a while ago. Charles just got to it finally. But I told Karen we were going to do it. And she was supposed to guess what it was. But she never did. This guy really say religion is arrogance when this guy is literally the most arrogant person on the face of the earth, bro. You listen to music yourself? That's horrible. No, you listen to it. You're here every day. And again, you're too stupid to understand that the other things on here, or else I get in trouble. Never mind that part. But yeah, it's not arrogance, it's pride. Arrogance is when you believe something without any backing. You know, when you just say that you're God's chosen people. No, we're the chosen people. Everybody needs to bend the knee. Oy vey. Just the worst. They're just the worst. And they make it so easy. That's the best part. They really do make it easy. Because they're so stupid. Alright, guy version first. Now you know. And now you're like, oh my god, I can't believe I didn't pick this one.
Choose the day and choose the sign of your day.
The day's divinity.
First thing you see. A vast radiant beach in a cool June.
Fuck you, you pedophile wannabe. You're pretending to be a pedophile. That's even worse.
Soft, bad children, smug.
I told you you'd feel dumb.
Brains of infancy. The music and voices are all around us. Choose, they croon the ancient ones, the time has come again. Choose now, they croon beneath the moon, beside an ancient lake. Enter again the sweet forest, enter the hot dream, come with us. Everything is broken up and dances.
If you were really Trump,
Indians
you should just
on
kirk yourself. That'd be the best.
Ghosts crowd the god's fragile eggshell mind. We have assembled inside this ancient and insane theater to propagate our lust for life and flee the swarming wisdom of the streets. The barns have stormed, the windows kept, and only one of all the rest to dance and save us from the divine mockery of words.
No, Charles makes them.
Music inflames temperament. O great creator of being, grant us one more hour to perform our arts and perfect our lives. We need great golden copulations. When true kings' murderers are allowed to roam free, 1,000 magicians arise in the land. Where are the feasts we were promised?
the whole
Jim
outro.
Morrison and Guy Williams have this same amount of
Okay, so the Charles version, Charles went the opposite. He went all scary Charles. Pretty weird, actually. He went back to old CSK, but it works. Absolute loser. Good, man. I hope, like, I turn off all you pedos. You friar pedos, this isn't for you.
Awake. Shake dreams from your hair, my pretty child, my sweet one. Choose the day and choose the sign of your day. The day's divinity. First thing you see. A vast, radiant beach in a cool June. Couples naked, race down by its quiet side. And we laugh like soft, bad
Yeah,
children.
I'd love to hear anything I'm getting wrong. It's so funny how many people will keep telling me I'm getting something wrong, but they're not telling me what. It's misinformation. You mean like Trump getting shot?
Choose, they croon the ancient ones, the time has come again. Choose now, they croon beneath the moon, beside an ancient lake. Enter again the sweet forest, enter the hot dream, come with us. Everything is broken up and dances. Indians scattered on dawn's highway bleeding. Ghosts crowd the young child's fragile eggshell mind. We have assembled inside this ancient and insane theater to propagate our lust for life and flee the swarming wisdom of the streets. The barns have stormed, the windows kept, and only one of all the rest to dance and save us from the divine mockery of words. Music inflames temperament. O great creator of being, grant us one more hour to perform our art and perfect our lives. We need great golden copulations. When true kings' murderers are allowed to roam free, 1,000 magicians arise in the land. Where are the feasts we were promised? One more thing.
So good.
Jim Morrison and Guy Williams have.
I love when people bring up the submarines, proving that they've been here for a lot longer than they say.
Especially considering.
Been watching this whole time, and you still can't come up with a better fucking argument? You know what I'm gonna say. Ugh. It's no secret. So, which one? I don't think there's like a difference, you know? Like, I think they're both good in their own right. And what a cool song to do that with, a cover, you know? I like it.
This song and look of team war. It's more important than
Here's
one
a
shoe.
video. Donald Jewish Trump, you're a fucking pedophile, pervert, Israeli slave. You kissed the wall a long time ago. You know, the funniest thing is, like, the character we're shown is petty enough that I would believe him to be here. I mean, I know it's fucking stupid. I know he's not here, but, like, you know, that's how petty and like childish this fucking president is anyway. Dude still knows nothing about submarines. Yep, right. That's why, again, you don't actually come here debunking any of my arguments that you obviously watched. I mean, fuck. Isn't it interesting how, like, every single person that sort of, I would say, will bring something up, it's always the same shit. It's always the same sort of play where it's like, well, I would say stuff, but you just won't read it. Oh, I did say stuff before. Oh. Like, it's so fucking silly. And again, why does everybody always want to change the subject? Why do these same fucking fake profile pedos always want us to stop talking about them? They've watched ad nauseum with ad hominem. They watch more than anything. You know, they watch more than than my supporters do. Because my supporters have lives. They have other things going on. My supporters aren't being paid to be here. You know, there's a huge difference there. I mean, it's just so simple. There's not even much. If I'm wrong, why don't they just point it out? Do you honestly think people are sitting on some great argument? They're just waiting for the right time to say it? And until then, they're going to look like absolute fucking weirdo pedophile clowns? What sense would that make? Why aren't they just dropping the bomb? Here we go. I bet he's like Arizona. The earth flat. Dinosaur don't get. So stupid. Look at this. Again, can talk about everything but his own thing. Why can't you talk about your own thing, you pedophile weirdo? Why aren't you even upset about being called a pedophile? Why do you act like anything else that's being said is more important than you being a fucking pedophile? A child rapist. Like, that's a huge fucking deal. Non-pedos think so. People like you should move to Jeffrey Epstein's island. Wow. Like that was, oh, did you see the picture that's getting, like, this is anti-Semitic, the settler who's, like, being a settler towards the people who actually live there. Have you seen that? It was that magazine cover. Their stupidity just exudes from their existence, right? And they just can't help but show it. So the idea that this guy thought people like you should move to Jeffrey Epstein's island, like, that dude was like, this is gonna get him. I'm gonna say this. Right? Like, how? Oh, Karen got booted. How funny is that shit, man? They're so stupid they don't realize how stupid and valuable they are. That Joe character, Joel, he comes here every day to play the role. And I guess he thinks he does like a good job or something. I can't imagine how, but no, unless it's just they just trying to get the responses, but he makes everything so much easier for me.
I said no. Israel,
He's when I'm sitting here saying about, how awful these people are, he comes in and the things he says are things only awful people would say. But more so the fact that he avoids everything so much. Daily obsessed. I guarantee he'd blow me if I let him. Right? I think most of these guys would blow me if I'd let them. They're that obsessed with me, right? And so, I try to give this guy the platform. I give him a platform regardless of what he says.
There's no need to blur the facts when the trap has you strapped in.
He could be saying better things, but he's not capable of it. It's impossible. How could you say better things when what you represent is just flat out atrocity?
Israel,
It's right there. It's right in front of you. There is no getting around it. There's no, I don't like what you're saying, so I'm going to avoid it. It doesn't work. And here, we're going to get into some proof, right? So again, I had a roundabout way of getting back to the Israel Hayom Bottom of Darkness article. Because I like to deal with the fake dumbass objections before they give them. So claiming that Israel Hayom is a random, you just read some random article. Nope, not a random article. One of the most powerful people in the world personally created this medium. They distribute it for free in Israel. The fact that it like when it's good stuff, then you say, well, there's propaganda and shit in there. Of course, if this thing is putting out the information about the thing, of course they're going to make it seem as good as they can. And they're going to do the same thing with the negative, right? If they have to present a negative, they're going to try to smooth it over the best they can. And even though they have to present something negative, they're still going to protect who they need to protect. But this is where, like I wouldn't read Israel Hayom articles for, why Netanyahu is great. Because, it's a propaganda thing for Netanyahu. This is something that is not what they want us to know. And, obviously this was such a thing that they thought they were going to nip it in the bud. But this paints them in a horrible light. The Netanyahu stuff would paint them in a great light. The best light they could. This is a horrible expose on who they are. And so they've presented the best version of it they can present. But you still are getting a window into something that you really need to take seriously. Because again, they can't hide. They can't just go, oh, well, that's just some anti-Semitism piece that some jealous, Goyim wrote about us. And you don't know anything. This is Israel Hayom. It doesn't get any more friar than this. So, Bottom of Darkness. Sit tight. We're going for a ride. Children raped in ritual ceremonies expose the horrors. Multiple women recount organized abuse, including ritual ceremonies conducted by people they knew, even close family members. After months of interviews with their victims, their families, treatment professionals, and experts in Israel and abroad, a disturbing picture emerges with descriptions difficult to read. Please, come on, friars, tell me how I'm making this up. Because we know you're not going to address what's being said in the article. You're going to talk every way around it you can, but for some reason, the thing that is natural to everybody else to say, it never occurs to you guys to say this. You guys never think about saying, wow, this is really horrible. We need to do something to eliminate it. That part never crosses your mind. The closest you get is, holy shit, why is somebody saying something? Why, this shouldn't be heard by Goyim because, that if people know about this, it'll destroy you. You don't think it's weird this came out in April of 2025? April 23rd, 2025? Boy, if you look up what was happening around April 23rd, 2025, you'd be surprised. Let's take a look. Oh, well. Let's see. April 23rd, 2025. Let's look up news. We'll look up the news. El Paso City Council, James City, the Times of Israel, best of the week. Netanyahu claims to have prevented an Iranian-wrought second Holocaust. This is the Times of Israel. When I put in, this is the thing that I didn't have to put in Israel. This is what popped up. In his Holocaust Day address, the PM asserted that his pledge to ensure the regime in Tehran does not develop nuclear weapons has been fulfilled. He and all people should be more circumspect. That's where it stops. This editor's note was sent out earlier Wednesday in Toll's weekly update. In an address Monday night for Israel's annual Holocaust Remembrance Day, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, like you would think you guys would have statues of Hitler everywhere, right? Because if not for that actor, you wouldn't have what you want. The Remembrance Day, such bullshit. Asserted that in 2 recent rounds of conflict against Islamic Republic, last June and this February, March, Israel and the United States have crushed the evil regime in Iran to dust. Huh. That's weird. That is a weird thing, huh? It's on the day that the Israel Hayom peace is dropped, Netanyahu is planting the seeds and setting the stage for the Iranian conflict. Bragging about how they've crushed Iran to dust. The regime of the I'm sorry. The regime of the Ayatollahs sought to develop nuclear bombs and manufacture tens of thousands of lethal ballistic missiles intended to annihilate us. They brought... They thought they could do this unhindered, but no more. Our nation has learned the lesson. Year after year, I stood here. I pledged at the Holocaust that we will not allow Iran to develop nuclear weapons. And as Prime Minister, I promised there will not be a second Holocaust. This year, he declared triumphantly, we turned that promise into reality. Except we didn't, says the page. In a much mocked address to the United Nations General Assembly in 2012, derided for the crude bomb diagram Netanyahu unveiled to try to illustrate the dangers of Iran's regime's of Iranian regime's nuclear weapons program. Right. Because they don't have any real shit. So this was the kind of shit they came up with. Like, seriously, that's how dumb they think we are, because that's how dumb they are. He knows if he were to show that same speech to his people and just tweak it a little bit to make it, fit, whatever, they would be all in. They would fall for it all day. I'm not reading the rest. It's just more and more bullshit. But Smokey Robinson loses bid to dismiss sexual harassment claims from 2 Jane Does. Mossad Chief Barnia, Iran mission incomplete until it results in regime change. Oh, that's just 1 day ago. Oh, shit. These are from 1 day ago. Why are these not showing me April 25th or April 23rd, 2025? That's really fucking weird. I just assumed that's what it was doing. Wow, that's really weird. Usually it works better than that, and I don't even know how to. You put it into the Google machine, and then you put the date in, and then you click news. Shouldn't the news from that day come up? Major global headlines were dominated by the death and lying in state of Pope Francis. Oh, well, that kind of explains why nobody picked up the article, huh? So they dropped the article to be like, look, we care, but it's at a time when nobody's going to pay attention. Internationally, significant diplomatic activity occurred as the United States proposed a peace plan for the Russia-Ukraine war. During meetings in London with Kenyan President William Ruto, conducted a state visit to China. Oh, and Kenyan President. Major global national Pope transition. Pope Francis' body was moved to St. Pete's to lie in state for a 3-day public viewing following his... You know how fucking weird that is? Why do you think that exists? Like, I mean, you only do that because that's what you've been programmed to do. Do you really go, oh man, somebody died, I want to go look at them? Like, why? Why do you want to go see a dead body? That's fucking weird. Geopolitics. The U.S. presented a plan to freeze current lines of control in Ukraine and legally recognize Russia's control over Crimea in exchange for security guarantees from Ukraine. A diplomatic crisis intensified between India and Pakistan, leading to the closure of the main border crossing and the expulsion of the diplomats. That has to do with Israel, because I can't remember which side it is. India. Yeah, it's India. India supports Israel. And India is the Israel in that situation. A 6.2 earthquake struck Istanbul, Turkey, injuring 359 people. Don't remember that. That's really weird. Yeah, that's what it is. So, mourning rituals are just a funeral tradition. Sure, like, I get it if it's your people, but, it's not your people. And I don't even get if it's your people. I think funerals and all that shit's really weird. I think it's all just really weird. It sucks. I don't Death just sucks. This whole game that we're given is really fucking cruel at the end of the day. And you know, it's weird, but I'm not getting into all the philosophical bullshit right now. I want to. Oh shit! No, that's not what I'm doing. Sorry. I'm just trying to read this article to you real quick because I'm making it up, and I want to prove how I'm making it up. You missed a trick. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, so Israel Hayom, Bottom of Darkness, Part 2.
I don't remember hearing anybody ever complain.
All right. I suffered painful sodomy, truly felt like I was splitting in two. It's a terrible experience, but there's something about these things, perhaps in their strangeness, that's like maybe the hardest component is that if you tell people about these things, they'll think you're crazy. Who lives in that world? Who could be told by a kid that they were being, violently and viciously, ritualistically raped and tortured? And you go, oh, stop lying, you little jerk. Those marks all over your body are from roughhousing. Your personality change and all that is from puberty. Like, how does, especially your kid, how do you have your kid tell you that shit? And you just think it's like no big deal. I remember many types of severe sexual abuse, but there's something about these ritualistic abuses that makes them the bottom of darkness. In direct words and with a clear voice, Imuna, a pseudonym like all the names in this article, describes the severe abuse she allegedly experienced in her childhood. Organized sexual abuse that included ceremonies with supposed religious significance. Horrifying ceremonies in which religious people, some from her own family, sacrificed her as an offering for spiritual transcendence and redemption. Across the board, over and over again, you hear these same narratives in ultra moral, ultra better than everybody else group. Why do all of their holidays involve, redemption? Needing to be forgiven, putting your sins into a chicken and then killing the chicken and then feeding that chicken full of sins to the poor like you're a good guy while you laugh about it. Grab the chicken, they put the sins, they symbolically or well, not symbolic, they believe they transfer their sins, transcendence, they transcend their sins onto the chicken. And then they swing it over their head. You've seen the videos. And they kill the chicken. They swing it around by its head because that breaks the neck and severs the spinal cord and shit. And they used to donate the chickens to the poor. Now they just burn them in big vats. In the fucking middle of fucking, like, New York. New York will have, certain streets will get shut down. And it'll just be a bunch of Hasidics all fucking doing this crazy shit. Blood, it'll stink, and then they leave it. They don't even clean it up. They don't feel they need to. That's what we're here for. Yep. But you know what does help is trolling the guy that's trying to bring awareness to the situation, right? Because bringing awareness to something isn't how you fix it. Unless, of course, I'm supposed to get my Rambo gear, my headband, my knife, my exploding tip arrows, and catch a ride on a helicopter while I'm flying, hanging on by the bottom. Then I'll just infiltrate the base and take out Netanyahu and blah. Yeah, right. If what I was doing wasn't such a threat, you guys wouldn't be here for hours every single day trying to convince me to stop or people that are watching me to stop watching me. If what I was doing didn't matter, why would it bother you that I'm doing it? Seems like a fucking kind of catch-22, doesn't it? But this is the kind of shit they talk about. I shouldn't care because it's happening in Israel. Well, it's just the friars and it's just their own children. Why do you care so much? Exactly. Exactly. Why do I care about the friar children and nobody else does? This article, it might seem like it's a good guy article. It's not. It's a flex. It's a way to manipulate. It's so that any of the victims that happen to read this or their family members, they go, oh, well, I guess it's futile. I guess it's hopeless. This is, that's what the purpose of this is. So many people were starting to speak up. They thought that they were going to they were making headway. They needed to put this article out to be like, hey, look what happens, right? Yeah, you made a big deal. Where are we now? It's a year later. Nobody's talking about it. Only that crazy guy with the hair. What is this? What's today? Today is April 16th. So this will be a year old in 11 days, or in 9 days. Anti-Semitism is the best thing we can do. All right, because Semitism is policy or predisposition favorable to friars. Again, I know people aren't going to believe me, so I got to do I got to do this. The one time I actually go to this link to do this is to prove it. So, because I know how you crybabies are. Semitism definition. Merriam-Webster, Semitism definition. Merriam-Webster, Semitism page, right? Semitism. A Semitic character or qualities, a characteristic feature of a Semitic language occurring in another language. Number 2, policy or predisposition favorable to friars. Policy or predisposition favorable to friars.
Semitism.
Merriam-Webster.com. There's no way around it. You cannot like it all day. That doesn't change a goddamn thing, does it? It's the truth no matter what. Because policy is the rules and regulations that govern our lives. That's why they have the APAC Policy Conference every year, something attended by more government officials than any other thing outside of the State of the Union address, which they're required to go to. In 2016, both Trump and Hillary were guest speakers. During their campaign, they took time off to go do this instead. And neither one said a bad word about the other one, while they both pledged their allegiance to Israel. That's why it worked out the way it did. That's why Hillary never said anything, because she wasn't supposed to. She knew what was going to happen. Policy and predisposition. Predisposition is if your mom's family all has cancer, no matter how good a life you live, no matter how clean living, eating, you don't smoke or anything like that, you still have a predisposition to it. There's still a high likelihood you're going to get cancer because everybody in your mom's family had cancer. That's how that fucking works. Right? That's what predisposition means. So policy, rules and regulations, and predisposition, genetic programming, being favorable to the friars. That's what Semitism is. In the 1880s or so, the term anti-Semitism was first coined as a rallying cry against basically what's happening now. You know, you hear these certain narratives about history, but they're not true. Even if you don't have to go conspiracy, just look up what they actually say. All of us think that Israel sort of existed in 1948 and there wasn't, it wasn't a big deal. It was like, oh yeah, what supposedly happened in Germany meant the Palestinians had to pay for it. That makes sense for whatever reason. We never really thought about it, but you don't realize, even if you, I asked Grok yesterday, why did the Palestinians have to pay for what supposedly happened in Germany? And Grok was defiant. Was like, no, listen. Israel had nothing. Well, not Israel was being the friars were colonizing Israel or colonizing Palestine since well into the 1800s. You know, the World War II thing was just sort of the icing on the cake to sort of solidify it. But they had been invading Palestine for decades. And that's the official narrative, is that they have been invading Palestine for decades. It's fucking nuts. And anybody would have resisted that shit. But the term anti-Semitism was initially to combat that, you know, that force, that arrogant, entitled force that said everything is ours and we don't have to work for it. You know, the idea of Israel was to create a utopia for them where they don't work, where they have their they live at the highest standards of living, which means if you're not going to work, then somebody has to be doing the work. You have to have your you have to have a lot of slaves to be able to do that, right? And again, nobody's going to argue with me because they just can't. They can't argue these things because nothing I'm saying is inaccurate. This is all the truth. From the first Aliyah to the last Aliyah. It's all just cover story. Just like, this whole shit. This shit is getting portrayed as something good. No, so at some point they decided that anti-Semitism was too strong of a slogan. I mean, when they present it to you, they present it to you like it's basically anti-Jewish. But that's not what they say. If that's what they meant, they would just say that. But they don't care if you like their thing. Right? They wouldn't care. They don't care if you're pro or anti-fire. What they care about is that you're pro-Semitism. Which Semitism is the belief that they have policy or predisposition favorable to them. That's why you're a Christian. Christians aren't the number one thing in their own religion. Right? The bad guys in their Bible, not Satan. Satan only appears sporadically. The real bad guys in the Bible are the whole Bible is a friar story. They're all friars. Jesus, all of them, all the main characters in the Bible are friars anyway. It's a friar fairy tale. But the friars kill Jesus. They're the ones that kill Christian God's only begotten son. And yet somehow they, a completely different religion that hates you as a Christian, they hate you. They think Mary's boiling in a cauldron of semen down in hell and blah, blah, blah. They think a whole bunch of stupid shit. They think you're the scum of the earth. When the Messiah shows up, each of them gets metaphorically 2,800 slaves. Which, it can't be a physical thing because they wouldn't be able to do it. They're weak. Nobody could do it. I don't care how strong you are. You couldn't just keep 2,800 slaves all by yourself. It's actually a figurative thing. And that's basically what you're seeing. It takes around 2,800 of us working in all the different capacities necessary from the electricity. Like, you don't understand what it takes to make that happen. All the people that are involved in the electric company, all the people that are involved in the manufacturing of the clothes that they wear, all the people that are involved in the food that they eat, in the gas that goes into their vehicle, in the car that they drive. Like, that light turning on is thousands and thousands of people in the making. Around 2,800 per friar. So you see, they're already sort of making that shit happen, right? It's already a thing. And this is, there's not going to be any argument. They're going to say dumb phrases and they took anti-Semitism, just like how conspiracy theory or conspiracy theorist was created by the CIA to stop people from talking about the JFK thing. Anti-Semitism was taken from them. Anti-Semitic would mean that you're opposed to the Palestinians, the Lebanese, the Iranians, the people that are from there. They talk about this lineage, but the lineage can't be proven, which is why they banned DNA tests. The tests that have come back show that 95% of them don't have any sort of Semitic DNA, and it's in their history. If you look at the Aliyahs, it's all people from Ukraine, Poland, the United States, a lot of the United States. But it's foreigners invading Palestine. That's where their version of they can say, "Oh, well, we were here thousands of years ago." Well, that's just narrative. That's just bullshit. You either believe it or you don't, and you shouldn't, because they lie. But if what it's just like on my feed. If I was wrong, they would just embrace it and tell me what I was wrong about, and they would look great in the process. Instead, when you're, and this is something that you've seen in every, king movie, government, whatever, dictator, they make it to where you're not even allowed to talk about them. As the commoners, you're not even supposed to talk about them. Talking about them can get you in trouble. And that's how they protect their narrative. Because they can't say, no, what issues do you have? No, I'd love to answer your questions. Go ahead, let me fire away. Let me see if I can answer You'll never, ever, ever hear any of them say that. You can't show me a video where one of them is being interviewed by somebody, or, them and a Goyim as a talking head, like a Piers Morgan thing, like Candace versus Shmuley. Both are clowns, absolute clowns. But to watch that clown show happen, it's all stupid bullshit. But you'll never see any of them coming at people with facts, making sense, debunking what's being said, just like you don't see it on my feed. How many fucking dumbass comments has Joe made? Not one of which actually answers for anything being said. It's all just crybaby. I know a lot of you that heard that looked around real quick, got scared. Oh shit, excuse me everybody, is somebody coming in? I know you get scared when you hear that shit. But this is how they operate. They did the same thing with blood libel. I don't know if dumbass has said it yet. But blood libel it means them kidnapping Christian children and draining their blood to be used, to be baked into their matzah and used in their rituals. That's what blood libel means. Nowadays, anytime you say anything, you hear that, oh, that's blood libel, you can't say that, that's blood libel. They're just dumb. They're using it wrong.
Where are the Epstein tapes? Oh yeah, Diddy's gone completely wild. But where are the Epstein tapes? Israel's so disgustingly vile. But where are the Epstein tapes? They have you chasing your tail. Meanwhile, where are the friggin' Epstein tapes?
Alright, let's see.
Where are the Epstein tapes?
Imuna is not alone. More than 10 women between the ages of 20 and 45 with whom we spoke described a severe phenomenon raising serious concerns that in Israel, here's the first time, like many countries around the world, right away they're trying to sort of smooth it over, but the interesting thing is they're so stupid. If you open up the books on Israel, you demonize Israel. Stupid, remember? Like you can't demonize something unless what they do is horrible. If Israel was the good guy, they would encourage you to open up the books. Take a look. Yeah, we got nothing to hide. Same thing here, right? they're so stupid they don't realize, like, we're talking about specifically Jewish ritual, rape and abuse. Like, yes, rape and abuse happens all over the place, but this article is about specifically friars doing it. So they're acknowledging that this same thing is happening in places like Lakewood, places like Curious Joel. There are way more settlements all over the place than people realize. You see them. We have Huntington Woods here in Michigan.
Compromising movement, they're hooking up the white, yet denying
Karen said one was in the UK or whatever that she knew of. They have the same exact sort of settlements that they have in Israel. They have them here, all over the place. Pennsylvania. I remember in like 2018 or something like that, reading articles talking about how rich billionaires are buying up large plots of land in Pennsylvania and then donating it to large communities of friars that come over and establish a settlement there. And the reality is, this is the craziest part. When you look at the first Aliyah, right? The first, what they consider to be wave of colonization that took place between the 1880s and the 1900s, it would have failed because they're not the type to work. They didn't go there to work hard. They didn't go there to create the narrative. They went there to exist in the narrative. And so on the brink of failure, strangely, coincidentally enough, Baron Rothschild comes to the rescue, buys up a bunch of the land, buys up a bunch of the communities, gives them to the friars, and then funnels money into their communities so they don't have to work, so they can pay for cheap labor slaves to do the work. This is not a fucking wives' tale. This is not a fucking conspiracy theory. This is not even slightly made up or fake or anti-Semitism. This is the truth. It just happens to work out that of all people to come to the rescue to save the idea of Israel and then, ferment it, make it fucking happen. It's because of this one. The one person is Baron fucking Rothschild. And you're still talking about conspiracies, huh? You're still falling for, is Trump going to run for a third term? If you want him to, he will. And if they want him to win, he will. If they don't want him to win, he won't. It doesn't matter. I don't know why anybody would still vote after 2016. They flat out showed you that it does not matter what we pick. We can pick somebody else by 2.7 million. That is so many fucking people. That's not a small piece of the pie. That's a lot of fucking people that were like, no. I know. We'll take Hillary. We'll take fucking piece of shit Hillary Clinton. Blue dress wearing Hillary. Nobody talks about the blue dress she wore when she got deposed and got all upset because they were asking her questions she wasn't prepared for. I thought I was here to answer questions about Epstein, and now you're asking questions about me and Pizzagate? I don't understand what the connection would be. They're completely different pedophile rings.
Caradoni's kid was there. He was only 8 years old, and since his briefcase disappeared, the story just went cold.
The shit is crazy, man. Why any of you fall for this shit anymore is just astonishing to me. I don't fucking understand. It's especially if you're on my feed and you hear the presentation given. Think about how many hundreds, if not thousands, of different people, especially Israeli profiles, have come in here and heard me say these same things and said nothing. Or not said nothing. Well, a lot of them said nothing. But the ones that did come in and say something, they sounded like guilty pricks. Not one of them ever comes in and denies or supports, like, hey, yeah, you're right. As a friar, I'm disgusted by this shit. I can't believe my family and blah, blah, blah. Not one of them in all these years. Pizzagate has always been confirmed. The Ben Swan thing, if that didn't wake you up, you're sleeping, man. Ben Swan ends up being the only fucking newscaster brave enough to make the Pizzagate article or do the Pizzagate story. And his narrative is like, yeah, this is a pretty crazy story with some pretty crazy, outlandish sort of accusations and whatnot, but it does happen to have some base in reality. And if it has some base, it at least deserves an explanation or an investigation. And if I'm wrong, by all means, anybody associated can come tell us what I'm wrong about. The next day, he goes on TV and he says, I will be, because of the video, I will be stepping down and disappearing for a while. Not sure how long it's going to be, but I'll keep you informed. And when I get back, I'll tell you about everything that happened. And then almost a year to the day later, he shows back up. And he's all like, hey guys, been gone for a year. I got a lot to tell you. Shit's crazy. You're not going to believe this. But hey, have you guys heard of this new Bitcoin? Blah, 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 blah. Bitcoin. Join my Bitcoin. Blah, and that was that. I didn't pay attention anymore after that. He had obviously been compromised. The fact that he was disappeared for a year, he told us it was going to happen and all that shit, and nothing came up. Like, it's so fucking nuts. Right? Yep. And this guy's bringing up Bigfoot now. Anything but talking about the elephant in the fucking room. The elephants? The elephants in the room with their extremely prominent ears. Like, this is so fucking ridiculous. Anyway, let's go back, because, this is me making this up, right? These are all the lies that I'm spreading that good old Joel has no issue with. Joel supports this shit. Joel is a fan. Joel partakes. That's how you know. The first time Joel was here, and he was acting all big badass. Oh, I'm in Israel, and I'm this, and I'm that, and I've got you on speaker, and we're all sitting around laughing at you, da 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 da. And I was like, oh yeah, really? Oh shit. Well, let's talk about Israel Hayom, bottom of darkness. And suddenly, he got really quiet. Suddenly he got really quiet, and then started telling me, dude, listen, you need to stop. You've gone too far. This needs to stop. Suddenly, all of his piss and vinegar were gone. And he's telling me I need to stop. I'm saying, well, but I thought you were opposed to this stuff. I thought, if you were presented with some sort of information, you would stand up and do the right thing.
Baby.
And he got really, really upset. And he starts crying about what I'm saying, and you can't say this, you need to stop. You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. And I'm like, dude, I'm reading the article. What are you talking about? Then it's, oh yeah, well I bet you have a bunch of stuff on your phone. You'd never want people to see what's on your phone. I'll give you $5,000 if you send your phone. Next comment. I'll give you $10,000 if you send. Next comment. I'll give you $20,000 if you send me your phone right now. This was all right in a row. And I said, bet. Well, you send it to the website. Once I see that it clears, you'll see me on video. I'll take it on video to the place and I'll send it right to you. I don't have any time to erase anything or anything like that. Go ahead, send me that 20,000, big baller. And he disappeared. He cried a little bit more and then he disappeared for a while. And he recently came back, coincidentally, about 8-9 weeks ago, with the reinstalling, where it is, with them bringing back the act.il bullshit, the reinstatement of act.il. He just happens to show up. Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? And he's been here ever since, crying and crying and crying. Not one time is he talking about how horrible this stuff is. How as a community, he's appalled that they even do it in the first place, but that it makes them look like monsters and it feeds all the stereotypes, and they need to do whatever they can to stop this shit, as soon as possible. You think that's what like a normal person would say? But not good old Joel. Joel gets mad. Joel says I'm lying. Joel pretends like I made this shit up when I'm literally reading you the article right fucking now.
In many aspects, it's literally.
Isn't that convenient?
Unbelievably tragic.
It fits their narrative because this is all they know how to do. All they know how to do is lie and say like the 5 or 6 things they've been taught to say. Well, that's anti-Semitism, and first it's you can't say that, and why can't I say that? Then it's it's biblical, and you go, okay, well I don't necessarily believe in that shit, so then what? Okay, if you don't believe in it, then that's anti-Semitism. And then if you're like, look, I'm proud of that shit. It's okay. I don't mind. Then it reverts back into you can't say that. Like it's just they just repeat. Right? They repeat. It's delusion. See what I mean? Nothing to say. It's delusion. So I'm making this up. Who's making this up? Am I making it up? Is Israel Hayom making it up? Where is the delusion come from? Because I mean, again, I know it comes from Auto-Emancipation and the secure community network and all the different ways you guys are taught to handle these kinds of situations, or at least attempt to handle them, which is basically deny, cry. Right? That's all they do.
You're not very smart if you are a part of this. It's the bottom of darkness. They are driving us car sick. We are swimming with sharks. It's the Bolshevik Marxists. If a kid says someone hurt them, how bad does it have to be for you to hide behind the curtain of a blind man's disbelief? Like a flower-scented queef. Something smells quite fishy, since the only way we see relief is by washing all of the wishy narratives, and the blissfully ignorant institution is raping children so religiously it's clearly part of their delusion, and what they see as an illusion of redemption and transcendence is just more of the ruse, and I use my First Amendment to try to get them apprehended for their inexcusable crimes, just as those
At the bottom of the stairs.
Also, in the time, it's important we define this cult as terrorists. They've been living off our dimes, and I'm kind of fucking pissed that this shit even exists.
See, like they're not gonna say anything because there's just. Please, I'd love to hear what somebody has to say.
Sick God's plan involves torturing a child.
Remember, this is happening all over the world, according to the article. Specifically, friar ritual sexual abuse of children is happening all over the world. Perhaps the world knows that rape occurs, that incest occurs, but this the world doesn't know, Imuna said. These acts have been kept secret for years. This isn't new. It's always been this way. That's why it works like it does, because it's always been this way in their cult. Perhaps because of their insanity, it was always very, very strange, as if there was an internal logic, but it was so crazy. Very strange things happen there, normalized in a ritualistic and orderly manner. There's a specific time. There's when to say this verse, when to say that verse. There's an order, as if things are supposed to be done this way, because they are. Those who claim they don't partake are the ones that are twisting. You know, everybody that says, "Oh, well, metzitzia doesn't happen as much as you think it does," then why are you doing the ritual to begin with? Why even do it? If you're not going to do it the way that you're commanded to do it, and it specifically says if you don't do all parts, then the ritual doesn't happen, why do it to begin with? I'm sorry, I just don't think you're doing everything but the thing that bothers the Goyim, so you stop doing that. That you don't give a shit about us enough to stop doing a fucking commandment by God. And especially when it comes to metzitzia, metzitzia is of the highest mitzvahs. It's as high as anything else, and nothing else is higher than it. It's one of the most important commandments in their cult. And you're telling me they don't do it? Yeah. And the thing is, they're not twisting the religious narrative to get... This is what their religious narrative tells them. They're following it. There's a part later on that just disgusts me. It disgusts me how this good guy article presents this one part. We'll get there. Each woman we interviewed during our investigation had a different story, a different life story. They come from different areas of the country, from north to south. Here it goes. Now it's fucking... God damn it, it's crashing. So now I gotta... Yep, crash. I gotta bring it all the way back up, back down. Alright. From the north, from the south, each at a different place in her life. Some are students, others work and manage careers and live in family lives. And there are also women barely clinging on. These women did not know each other growing up previously, grew up in different communities, and come from different sectors and religious streams. You hear that? So when they try to say, "Oh, it doesn't happen as much as you think," it's just the Hasidics doing it and the ultra orthodox. No, this is happening all over. It is part of you. It's baked into the religious doctrine. So that it's happening all over because they all practice the same thing. Yet the ritual abuse stories they describe are similar in ways that compel us to listen and not turn a blind eye. You'd think some were harmed in early childhood education settings or in girls' schools, others in their family homes, yeshivas, or synagogues. In this article, blah, blah, blah. Victim, sacrifice, punishment, correction, transcendence, redemption. These are recurring concepts in the testimony. Okay, so the victim is the child. Actually, I think the victim is the adult. The sacrifice is the child. The punishment And then the correction is what leads to the transcendence of sin from the adult onto the child, which brings the adult redemption. That's how this works. Right? And the cycle's repeated when they become adults at 13, and they have this body that's been pumped full of so much sin has been transcended on them since they were 3 years and 1 day. And they've been brainwashed. This isn't like weird to them. This is normal to them. This is how normal life is to them. That's why they're kept from everything outside, because if people knew that it didn't have to be this way, they wouldn't allow it to happen. Yeah, it's not true. Right, that's why it's written down here. I like that I don't know a lot of your rituals. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. It's just fucking crazy. Right? But look at how Joel is crying over here. It's not true. What? I'm reading it. Right? This isn't some Guy Williams thing. Oh, fucking A. Look at this. Crashing again. There are the prayers, the mutterings, the ecstasy surrounding the victims, the extreme pain, humiliation, and torture, the crushing of personality and soul. Testimony after testimony after testimony. They actually use 3 to signify just how much it is. Normally it's 2. From women who experienced organized childhood abuse that included group rapes performed within ceremonial and ritual frameworks. They want me to go away, dude. Oh no, I'm scared. You should be. We met these women over the past few months. We spoke with family members of some of the victims, with treatment professionals, and with experts in Israel and abroad specializing in trauma and disassociation, a range of conditions from emotional detachment to complete disconnection from feelings, sensations, memories, and more. We collected information about organized ritual abuse, a phenomenon recognized worldwide. That's twice. Twice they're trying to be like, hey, this isn't just us, this happens everywhere. But they're so stupid they don't realize what they're saying. The picture emerging from all gathered information is disturbing and difficult. It requires, at minimum, a deep and meaningful investigation by law enforcement. Blah, blah. Most women we interviewed come from religious Zionist or ultra-Orthodox communities, although Shishabat received additional testimonies about similar cases in secular society. Right? And so one thing that has to be taken into consideration is, the stories, the people that do come forward are like 5, maybe 10% of the people that actually get harmed in this shit. Probably a lot less, actually. Most people know that nothing's going to happen. And then after an article like this, where it's going to reassure people that if you speak out, nothing's going to happen, they just keep quiet because they don't want to, bring the punishment. And again, they've been brainwashed into this. They've been broken psychologically. A lot of these people don't even realize, like once they're freed from it and they stop being abused, that part sort of shuts off and they almost forget about it until it can't stay hidden in their 20s and 30s and whatnot and starts spilling out and ruining their lives. Therefore, it's important to emphasize that these findings don't target any specific sector, but rather direct a beam of light towards suspected crimes of the most severe kind, blah, blah, blah. Several rabbis' names appear repeatedly in some testimonies. Remember, this is 10 people. This is 10 of the people of the hundreds that they had, and yet several of the rabbis' names are appearing multiple times. That's kind of strange, don't you think? Multiple complaints filed at different police stations around the country were all closed relatively quickly. You would think that sounds like a cover-up, but nah. Even when suspicions arose previously about a network harming children in Jerusalem, police investigators, at best, lacked sufficient tools or knowledge to properly investigate. The good guys are making that excuse. Instead of saying it's a cover-up, the Israeli police didn't have the tools. They didn't have the funding enough to afford the tools necessary or the knowledge when it comes to something that's been happening the whole fucking time. That's baked into their shit. Does that even sound remotely believable? Or does it sound like a fucking cover-up? Our music is posted everywhere. You can find it on YouTube. Just look up TBG Music. Or you can go to the website, www.the-bilderberg-group.com. Link will be in the description. Facebook.com/The Bilderberg Group Official. Or just look up TBG Music. You'll find us. In that case, extensively exposed in 2019 on the TV program The Source, suspicions arose about a pedophile network that harmed dozens of children in the Nahalat neighborhood. Investigators tended to dismiss it as an invention, an exaggeration, or panic by parents and treatment professionals, and closed the case with almost no relative indictments. So when it comes to them, even they're lying about each other when somebody tells. They're telling children who have been victimized that they're liars. Even though they have multiple people naming the same people, it's just an invention, an exaggeration, or a panic by the parents. These people don't know each other. Grow up in the same regions. In the Hasidic communities where they're pretty much shut off from everyone else. Nah. Nothing to see here. Oh, Caron, you're the best. Well, you and Mary, but Mary is... Fuck is Mary?
What proof do you have God doesn't hate all religion? Telling you you're born bad and that you need to be forgiven by those who think certain decisions.
A man named Benjamin Satz was convicted in... God damn it, here we go. God damn it! Kick me out again. Okay. A man named Benjamin Satz was convicted and sentenced in 2013 to imprisonment. How long? What was his imprisonment? Mary, what's happening? I'm glad I sent it. We got the new song, another new song. It's that time of week. Right? We did finally we did the cover of the Ghost song. That's the song I've wanted to do since I heard it. For some reason I knew I needed to do that song. Long before I even wrote anything, I knew that. Was imprisonment for committing indecent acts and sodomy against girls and boys ages 5 to 8. How long was he in prison for? It doesn't want to tell us that. Another suspect was acquitted due to reasonable doubt. In practice, dozens of children remained traumatized and required years of emotional therapy. No, not outsiders in the community. I remember a pentagram on the floor, usually in red. That sounds satanic, doesn't it? When the ceremony was in the forest, the pentagram was marked with a hoe and surrounded by lit candles in a circle. The rabbi would bless, Blessed who releases the bound. Men around prayed with prayer shawls, sometimes dressed in black, while the rabbi wore a white robe. There were several men and boys around the ages of 16 and 17 who participated in the ceremonies for spiritual transcendence, to release themselves what was done to them. You guys understand? It's so fucked up. But it explains how you can have somebody that can go, oh, did we bomb your house? Oh well, can you get a new house? Yeah, okay. Were you raped from 3 years in one day till you were 12? No. And then forced to rape when you turn 13, 14 to equal out, to balance out, that happened to you? No. So just go buy another house, you'll be okay. Of course $3.8 billion isn't enough. That's not free. We paid for that. We paid for that in ways you can't even imagine. So yes, we're entitled to this. That's how you create an entire people that can live like that. That can live off of genocide. That can be, driven into a neighborhood in a bus, and as soon as the bus door opens, they go running, pushing each other out of the way so they can claim the house that was emptied a week ago, and there's still food in the pantries and shit. But whatever house they claim, that's their house.
This is about as petty as you'll ever.
Like, it's fucking insane, right? That's how you get at people like that. That's how you get a Weinstein, an Epstein. That's how you get these people who can just violate, and then all the people around them that say nothing. They know they say nothing. That's why they surround themselves with themselves. I still want to know how many times Goyim appears in the Epstein files. I need somebody with with access or whatever. It's one of those to figure it out. How many times does Goyim appear? Because I bet it's a lot. They talk about it. Oh, the Goyim servants are here, and blah. Like, there's lots of those emails exist.
After years of driving around in the dark, Greg said it was time to retire. Excuse me, Greg and Dip. I'm petty.
There was one time they asked me to dig a hole and lie in it. Other times they injected me with something and said, now you'll feel better, after which my body went limp. They would repetitively read Psalms like a Psalm of David, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. They told me, you are special, you are chosen, and they would insert, I remember, a palm branch, Hanukkah candles, a shofar. This is not me. This is them. Limor, another synonym, grew up in a religious ultra-Orthodox home. Her father, she says, always acted violently towards her and her mother. It's probably that micropenis. That's why they consider it a poke in the eye if it's the child's less than 3 years in one day. Right? Joe, tell him. Joe, you didn't leave, did you? Tell him about the poke in the eye. Throughout the years, she required medical treatment at a hospital and was accompanied by a professional due to injuries caused by the violent abuse she experienced. According to her testimony, her father was the one who brought her to these ceremonies. Being delivered by family members is characteristic of many testimonies we gathered. Lemur says sometimes the ceremony took place in a fuck. Trump threatens to bar new U.S.-Canada bridge from opening, demands talks with Ottawa. That's where this just took me to? What the fuck are we doing here? Alright. Oh, okay, here we go. Got him. No, wait, nope. I'm gonna fuck up. Years. God damn it. God damn it. Stop it. Lamore said sometimes the ceremony took place in a forest, other times in a secluded apartment. There were instances when she witnessed and heard other children being abused. Testimonies regarding additional child victims repeats across multiple cases. In many testimonies we documented, women also participate in the ceremonies and abuse. Organized rape of children is one of the most horrifying phenomenon I encounter. Says a doctor, blah, blah, blah. It's a phenomenon probably much more wide. Yep. Boaz, senior, blah, blah. One patient told me, understand, he's the one that blows the shofar. The shofar symbolizes a channel. The person considered most spiritually worthy blows the shofar because he's the closest to God. And he's the one telling her she is evil, and he's helping her with her atonement in this lifetime. Do you understand the distortion?
Want nothing bad to happen to this man or his family. To someone to know how bad they can hurt.
Isn't it funny how they all disappeared? Where'd they all go? Now I'm down to 3 viewers and 13 likes and 2,500 plus subscribers. Karen, Mary, and who else? All of a sudden, all of the friars just disappeared. I don't provide evidence. I'm lying. I'm making all of this stuff up. So I'm reading it to you. I'm reading your words back to you. And yet, nobody's here. Where'd they all go? If you're watching, like, share, sub. Barely. Evidence be damned, I guess.
How's this? We'll stop making
Crime without a witness. Beyond the women who dared to meet and speak with Israel Hayom, the professionals, okay, blah, blah. The content emerging professionals possess who report sadistic ritual abuse during childhood. The content emerging from these accounts shows remarkable similarities. From all gathered information, it appears that in most cases the sexual abuse began very early childhood at home, perpetuated by a father, grandfather, or other family members. In other cases, the abuse occurred in educational or therapeutic settings. See? They don't like me either. They don't want to play anymore. Where'd they go? What happened? I thought they were like tough and smart and I was lying. Weird, huh? Must be just another coincidence, that's all. Now it's just the two of you, I guess. What I observed over the years, blah, blah, is whoever endures these things suffers catastrophic damage. That's one of the challenges with exposure. Yeah, this part's really fucked up. The victims are so shattered that they're difficult to believe. What? Why would it be difficult to believe somebody, especially when it's a well-known phenomenon, with multiple cases where they all say the same thing, and their behavior afterwards is characteristic? Like, this is why this is so frustrating, because these aren't the good guys here. The victims are so the more cruel and sadistic the abusers are, and the younger the victims, the more horrifying the abuse, the smaller the chance that the perpetrators will face justice because there's no one left to testify. The abusers so thoroughly destroy the victims' souls that it becomes a crime without witnesses, which of course serves a society that continues to abuse or maintain these rituals. It's not me, that's Dr. Goer. Silber, she guided the treatment of 70 children who allegedly fell victim to organized abuse in Israel over 5 years. 70 children over 5 years. It's 13 per year. That's basically one per month. That's being like treated. Again, that's such a small percentage than what's actually happening in the people that don't get treatment. In her book, The Child Survivors, these have severe symptoms the children suffer due to multiple forms of abuse, physical, sexual, emotional, and spiritual. You done yet? No. Solberg notes several sources and numerous testimonies. In one case, reported treatment abuse in Israel describes several men tortured him and recalled an incident where they submerged his head underwater. It's not just girls. Terrible. I have a feeling most people don't get treatment. Of course, that's how it is everywhere. You know, most of the people that have been abused, like they say, it's 2 out of 3 women have been abused. It's more like 2.75 out of 3 women have been abused. And most of you don't get treatment. And even when you do get treatment, nobody tells you, like, it's okay. You know? Nobody explains to you that your body was just protecting you. Like we have in Frozen Fear. That that song is one that should be heard by every single victim of abuse. Because apparently I'm saying something in that song that nobody's ever said to them before. I've never had somebody hear that song and go, holy shit, I've heard that perspective before. Like, most people are like, holy shit, I've never heard anybody say that before, but you're right, and thank you, and like, holy shit, that makes me feel better for the first time in years, and it's weird. Descriptions of sadistic abuse appear consistently across all testimonies we collected. There was a ceremony like a circumcision, Amuna said, that I underwent. I was 10 or 11. It took place in the settlement synagogue. They tied me up similar to the binding of Isaac and wounded my genitals. Now this is a woman. It's a girl. It's female genital mutilation, the same shit that you get mad about when Arabs do it. But this is called female circumcision, so I guess it's okay. I don't even understand like how anybody ignores this. Man, it sure is telling that they bailed like they did, isn't it? I don't mean to feed the full horse, but come on now. How obvious is it at this point? They're so guilty they don't even want to hear it. They knew they were just going to end up feeding the conversation. My father is there. My mother is there. A rabbi from the settlement. I'm tied to a table, looking at the window and imagining how I could jump through it. How I might rappel down to the stones. I constantly wanted it not to be happening. That's what characterizes it. I continuously thought about how it wasn't happening, how I could escape. I kept telling myself I wasn't there. It's extremely difficult to understand that I was actually there, that it's me, the bound child. The youngest and most vulnerable. Organized SA occurs, as noted throughout the world. What is that, 4? It's the 4th time. Defined as a conspiracy of several attackers to abuse several victims. Sattler's definition of ritual abuse is an ideological framing and organized context of child SA, functioning as strategic practices through which abusive groups instill in victims a misogynistic worldview, violently to control them. Exactly. The misogynistic worldview that they have. The supremacist worldview. Right? In other words, ritual abuse occurs when religious, political, or spiritual authority uses their position of power to manipulate victims' belief systems and thereby control them. Ritual abuse is primarily a strategy employed by groups involved in producing images of child abuse, child prostitution, and other forms of organized abuse, and does not constitute a separate category of violence. That's Rabbi Furman. He also states, blah, 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 blah. The ideological content and objective. Oh, here we go. Fuck. God damn. The ideological content and objectives were also presented in a similar order. justification of violence, justification of sexual exploitation, and maintaining power and control, followed by maintaining group commitment and ensuring redemption. It's fucking crazy. The researchers concluded that ideologies are primarily means to justify organized sexual violence. However, the article Froman argues that some reports suggest that in Israel suggest ideology wasn't merely a means to justify organized sexual violence, but formed the foundation of it. That's what I'm saying. They're telling you right here. They're flat out telling you. It's in the fucking thing. You're going to see, again, we're getting to the part that really kind of disgusts me more than any here soon. For example, the Nahalak case is just one of many similar cases, most occurring in ultra-Orthodox neighborhoods. For instance, a private ultra-Orthodox court writes that sexual abuse is cruel and frequent, accompanied by traumatic, accusatory, and confusing ceremonies. The abuse is carried out by large criminal organizations and/or cults and/or secret organizations with financial investment and recruitment of assisting personnel. The abuse carries for its perpetrators substantial profits such as satisfaction of deviant urges, commerce, and child exploitation materials, threats, and extortion, and more. According to Furman, the court, from preparing the scene through recruiting collaborators from educational institutions and transportation drivers to the ceremonies themselves. The ceremonies take place under the leadership of an important rabbi after a Torah lesson approximately every 2 weeks. This isn't talking about something that happened in the past. No, this is the Israel Hayom article, Mary. This is the actual article. Right? This is the one that's there's no excuses, right? You can't hide behind anything, which is why they bailed like they did. But this is such an important piece, right? This is not discussing something that used to happen. This says, after a Torah lesson, approximately every 2 weeks, parents gather with children for what is called soul correction. All couples recite psalms together, sing verses repeatedly with melody, all while standing without clothes. They stand in a circle, naked, praying, lighting candles. The children are positioned in the middle of the circle, also naked. In the document, intended for parents, educators, and rabbis, the ultra-Orthodox court, in Jerusalem, details numerous methods and actions taken by abusers, aiming to warn and raise awareness. Among things, the document states the shield, In particular, lists, in a partial list, actions are described, including abusers using disguises and masks, alongside sadistic torture, such as forcing children's hands into boiling water, submerging them underwater for several seconds. Sounds like Naomi Elkin's house, but something went wrong. That's why there were so many people there when the cops showed up, and it looked like they were all looking extremely guilty and trying to see what was going on. Like, go back and look at that case after you hear this. And look at how she was given the sentence that it's like less than 1.25 or something percent. Less than a percentage of the people that commit murder get away with it on the insanity defense. And after a 90-minute trial, and after being interviewed by one psychiatrist for 11 hours, Naomi Elkins was deemed insane at the time and given 75 years per child in an insane institution. However, if she proves herself to no longer be a threat to herself or anyone else, she will be released without any charges. That's something nobody else gets. That's such a rare thing to get. And it usually takes years and years and years and so many different interviews and different doctors and all that to get that to happen. And her children were supposedly drowned in the bathtub. The youngest one was stabbed in the stomach. The case was that she stabbed the youngest one in the stomach and drowned her in one of the bathrooms. And the 3-year-old saw what was happening and ran away from her, went to hide. She grabbed her, put her in the bathtub and kneeled on her shoulders while the water filled up. So the last thing the child saw was her mother sitting on her chest while the water was filling up around her, and she drowned. At least that's the narrative we're given. When the cops showed up, you can find the video on YouTube. When the cops showed up, the what's it called? The Herzatzog or whatever it is. Their private ambulance service had already been there, and their private police service had already been there. By the time the real cop showed up, it had been a minute. And there were cars up and down the street, and there were penguins everywhere. And they were looking like they were chewing their nails, and they were looking as the cops would walk by. They were looking all guilty and shit. The cops walk into the house, and unlike I've ever seen in any other case, the entire footage is blurred out. They say it was blurred out because the scene was so horrific. She lived in a $100,000 Section 8 or in $1 million Section 8 home, 4 or 5 bedrooms and a huge home. Section 8, of course. It had multiple bathrooms. Each kid was killed in a different bathroom. The youngest one was stabbed, so there couldn't have been blood everywhere. She was stabbed in the bathtub. So it wasn't like there was... So what was so horrific that they needed to blur the whole thing, other than there was a lot of friar ritual shit all over that they didn't want people seeing. And she was perfectly fine. She was perfectly no emotion whatsoever. Walked out to the car, police car, handcuffed at the car. Driven to the police station where she was almost immediately uncuffed and allowed to walk without any supervision. When they brought her in, they had her sit down because they were waiting for the detectives to get there. The detectives showed up within minutes, and that was the last of the footage. We don't get to see her interrogation footage. You ever wonder how so many interrogation videos and police videos and shit get released? The people aren't doing that. They're not signing for that embarrassing shit to be released on YouTube. No, the cops just do it. They just do it. They just do it. What the fuck? You're in public. It's for blah, blah, blah. How come they don't release Naomi Elkin's video? She said she killed them for ritual purposes because she believed that if she killed her children, she would destroy all the evil in the world. That was what she told the cops. And she was given the insanity defense, which means she'll be let out. I think she might even be let out because there's another story that involves another Naomi Elkins from Lakewood, the same neighborhood. Lakewood, the town where Tyler Oliveira did his video, that showed the same Lakewood is where she was from. And then there's another Naomi Elkins from Lakewood that there's an area. So what they do is they move into a neighborhood, and then because they live at the house can also be used as a place of worship. So suddenly these residents with cars and parked up and down the street, little people that want nothing to do with them, and terrible drivers, lots of accidents, all this, they make the neighborhood unbearable. And then they go around and they go to each person's house and they say, hey, your house is worth $150,000. We'll give you $300,000 to leave in a month. cash. And of course you're going to take it. They've ruined your neighborhood and you're never going to get anything close to that again. Cash. And then they just start moving in and moving in and moving in, and then they end up taking over the councils, the city councils and whatnot. And when they do that, they funnel the money out of the schools, the public schools, into their private schools. In Lakewood, they literally closed down a couple of private schools so they could free up money to bus their kids, and they need separate. The boys and the girls can't ride the same bus together. The boys and the girls can't ride the same. I gotta get my thing. Same bus together, so 2 separate bus systems to bring their kids to school while shutting down private schools. No. Voter registration cards. I was born and raised right near Lakewood. I never could have imagined that happened when I lived there. That's crazy. Yeah, they have their own police. You guys thought I was lying until Tyler Oliveira showed you. There's no reason to lie. The narrative is fucking nuts. You don't need to exaggerate. You don't need to lie. Nothing. And the Naomi Elkins story is fucking wild. So there's this one neighborhood where what works out to be 4 streets come together in this big, like, kind of cul-de-sac thing, and it's if it was any sort of before, you know, if it was any sort of issue, like it would that it never would have been a traffic issue when there wasn't a shit ton of traffic. But at each point where the 4 roads come together, there's this little triangle property that had been zoned as just sort of an open area, whatever. And a nice piece of grass, zoned to be too small for a residential because the driveway would cause traffic issues and blah, blah, blah. And it had been that way since 1925. Naomi Elkins and another broad, a different Naomi Elkins, I don't know, bought that land and decided they wanted to build a house on it. And they were like, yeah, no, it's not zoned for that. It's been this way since 1925. And they were like, oh, that's anti-Semitic. And they ended up winning a case based on the idea that their objection was anti-Semitic. Everybody else had been refused to build a house there for 100 years. But when they decided they wanted to, the knee was bent. And I only know that story because when I look up Naomi Elkins, that's what comes up. And that happened after Naomi Elkins was supposedly went to prison or went to the psych ward. So it has to be somebody different, right? Crazy that it's another Naomi Elkins that gets the law to bend in ways that don't make any sense. But one of the things you have to understand is that what I'm reading you from this Israel Hayom article, if it's happening in Israel, especially in the Hasidic neighborhoods, it's happening in places like Lakewood, where these people are having 18, 19, 20, 10, 15 kids, which get bought and sold. You know, Talmudic, dowry, blah, blah, blah. It all fits. When you look at it like this, it all fits. And again, it's not happening there, but not in the communities that emulate Israel in every possible way and live their lives by Talmudic law, except for the couple of things that bother the Goyim. You think that's really what they're doing? Guy only knows what he looks up on the internet. Yeah. Yeah. Instead of being told it by the friar media, I'm looking things up online, but like Israel Hayom is your thing, right? So pretending like I'm looking up some wrong source here is pretty desperate stupidity, right? But let's keep going, shall we? Where disguises and masks alongside sadistic torture, forcing children's hands into boiling water, submerging them underwater for several seconds. That's why we talked about Naomi Elkins and a ritual going wrong. That's what that was. Or threatening them with aggressive animals to frighten them and intensify the trauma effect. Hey, that kind of sounds like Achrome, doesn't it? Doesn't that sound like Monsters Inc? Achrome? The scary, the height. I mean, obviously, if you could make the children laugh, that would be great. But how are you gonna take their blood and shit while they're laughing? So instead, you have to frighten them because frightened blood is just as close. Hey, take this, throw this out. Right? It's fucking insane. Oh, they'll leave again. Don't worry. Additional mentioned actions included inserting objects and work or kitchen tools into children to humiliate children and instill. Well, go get it then. Here, take this with you. You need to wash your shit. Paper towel's not gonna cut it. If you're gagging, I know it's gross. To humiliate children and instill feelings of guilt and shame, perpetrators show them pictures of themselves naked, or give them food while telling them they ate carrion, because they did. Carrion is dead flesh.
That's what I just know.
Death. Eating death. It's not fake. Organize mock wedding ceremonies between children. Force them to eat feces and stage their burials. You guys, it's right here. They collapse all self-trust and ability to resist, Froman said. The regular and frequent abuse is so destructive that the children despair of normality and the abuse becomes their life routine. So fucked up. They think this is normal. They don't think it's abuse. And because they're so isolated, it fits. Psychiatrists have diagnosed a complete personality fracture in the normal part, allowing the children to continue functioning normally in school. According to Silberg, in each group, individual participants may have their own motives, such as sexual deviations, bizarre ideological affiliations that include conducting ceremonies or economic enrichment, for example, through human trafficking and sexual exploitation, or producing images of child sexual abuse. Their motives are not necessarily shared by all members, though, just so you know. Silberg further notes networks engaging in producing and distributing child exploitation materials. See, you know they're not the good guys when they refer to it as CP. No good guys refer to it as CP. Porn is a fucking legal exchange between adults willingly, doing what they want, whatever. This is not that. This is child exploitation materials. Just fucked up again. Okay. Engage disturbing, in producing and distributing child exploitation materials, including organized abuse, have been exposed worldwide. It's not just here; it's everywhere because they are everywhere. Right? Again, you have to understand that they're not talking about just just abuse. They're talking about specific ritual abuse performed by one group of people. Over the years, there have been multiple examples of cases where authorities successfully, bullshit. These are the youngest and most vulnerable victims. Oh, wait. According to Silberg, as well as researchers, since the development of the internet, and especially the emergence of peer-to-peer networks and the dark web, the phenomenon of SA on children has intensified significantly. These are the youngest and most vulnerable victims in society. Live streaming platforms from home allow children to be exploited in front of a camera and videos of the acts to be broadcast worldwide without leaving traces. Cyber investigation specialists recognize the high demand among consumers for the most horrific videos, including sadistic abuse of children. In a conversation with Silberg, emphasizes the extreme difficulty in tracking members of such organizations, as most activity occurs on the dark web. They could absolutely trace it. I had hoped. Oh yeah, blah blah blah. I don't want to go to school. I don't want to. This is just a recount of it. A flashback. Aaliyah's words, or Ayala's words, blend with tears. There's very. In these moments, she's pulled backwards, memory attack. Chronologically, she's 25. Right now, she is 9, and nothing can convince her the danger is past, even when her partner reminds her, blah, blah. Like many victims we met, Ayala also struggles with disassociation challenges. This is a survival disconnection mechanism that protects the children's psyche during abuse, which will be explained later. This is what they gave Naomi Elkins. Ayala grew up in a religious settlement in a family with many children. In many community settlements, children wander around alone, she said. After years of sharp deterioration in her mental state, including blah, 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 the knowledge that came back, the memories began to surface in severe flashbacks, yada, yada, the clinical psychologist. Blah blah manager. Aaliyah is heard during a memory describing how they take her from school to a frightening place where they beat her, tie her up, and lead her to a place where things happen that cause pain. She talks about rabbis who abuse her and control her with statements about having a direct connection with God. Professor Brahm wrote, "The form of conversation is familiar to me as a conversation with with a woman with dissociative identity disorder. I have seen such phenomena in the clinic. Frequently. Since 1990, I have repeatedly met children and adults who tell of organized abuse by men who not only sexually abuse them, but also film their acts. Silence can steal erase moves. Some abuse occurred in a building, some in a forest," Ayala continues. Some in a cemetery and some in a synagogue, in all kinds of unusual places. In the building, you go downstairs and you reach a very messy room with tools, paint cans, and many boards. Kind of sounds like the one underneath the tunnels in New York. In the middle of the room is a bed, more like a wooden table. It seems there are more rooms there because there are incidents where I clearly remember being in one room and hearing a child being abused in another room, and I know what they'll do to me. I hear children screaming, crying. It's always a dark place. There are between 6 and 9 men there. They tie me to a bed by my hands and feet, stand in a circle, mutter prayers or blessings, and then there's the rabbi who always leads the situation and tells everyone what to do, and everyone listens to him. There's a ceremony, and each one of them grape. Sometimes the great rabbi arrives, and then he leads the ceremony. He speaks with God, and God tells him what to do. He puts one hand on my heart, one hand on my genitals, and it hurts when he talks to God. There are times when I scream, This is the worst part of this whole thing. This one just gets me. There are times when I scream, and there are situations where I stop because I know they'll hit me in the head. There were cases where I didn't cooperate or cried, and I knew I deserved punishment. Dude, that is just so fucked up. It's so hard to read this shit every day. It's so hard. And to not, like, you gotta picture it, but not picture it. I can't imagine what the fuck is done to these children, these poor friar fucking children who don't deserve this. And it creates the monsters that we all hate. It creates the Ben Gavirs. It creates the Bezalel Smotriches and the Naphtali Bennetts and the bitch ass Netanyahus. Even though Netanyahu was from fucking the United States, went to high school in the United States in Philadelphia, of all places. I knew I deserved punishment. That is just so fucked up. You never deserved any of it. There were various punishments, bizarre things. They put my head in a bucket of water for a long time, beat me with a cable. There's also a ritual bath and purification. Ugh. The mikvah. The fucking mikvah. The thing built before the temple is built in the community. To make sure that these kinds of rituals can take place so that the men can get their fucking jollies. At the end of the day, it's about the males getting their fucking rocks off. Ritual where they clean me thoroughly and then immerse in a water source and explain to me that I need to be pure. That is the mikvah. There was one time they took out a Torah scroll and opened it to the binding of Isaac. We've heard this already. One of them read, and they simply did what they were reading to me. They tied me up, put a knife to my neck, and God said, lower the knife. Then there was grape. There was an event in the cemetery where I saw a place with stones that had many words written on them. And then they told me to enter a hole, and they covered me with sand. It's not clear how I remained alive. Noya was essayed by educational figures who cared for her in early childhood. These people, she says, invited additional men to the setting who participated in ritual abuse. The abusers acted with severe violence and used extreme and strong sensory stimuli, which helped her consciousness to split. Just like MK Ultra shit. Where do you think they learned it from? They've been doing it forever. Same people that run MK Ultra are the same people doing this. I always had symptoms of PTSD. She said I was hospitalized and blah, blah, blah. I don't want to read that part. When I would return home, epileptic seizures, no one asked too many questions. And at an older age, when the abuse ended, Noya consciously decided to forget. I told myself nothing happened. I had a mantra that I would repeat continuously. Wonder where she learned the mantra. Silence, conceal, erase, move, disguise, turn off, conceal, throw away, disconnect, forget. And I really did forget for several years. During those years, Noya fulfilled dreams, and then one day shit came back. When there's such massive and extreme abuse, the symptoms are most severe. The symptoms are most severe, especially disassociation, said Sylvia, a therapist from blah blah. This is a defense mechanism of the psyche that is expressed in disconnection at different levels. It can be disconnection from body sensations, from emotions, from thoughts, and from memories. Disassociation allows the victims to get up in the next morning, and conduct life as usual, to go to school, play with friends, learn, and build her personality despite the massive threat she is under. The mechanism is activated during the abuse as a response to an external threat or unbearable pain, or as a result of the use of altering substances by the abusers. This guy specializes in stuff, discovering today that, God damn it, here we go. Fuck. God damn it. Most severe. Okay, today we're discovering that dissociative identity disorder is more common than previously thought. Many of those affected are not diagnosed. Many psychiatrists are not familiar enough with the phenomenon. Yeah, right. And it's important to understand that these can be patients who lead normal lives, work, study, and research. How do I know about it? Dumbass Guy Williams in Michigan knows about this shit, but they don't. Fuck that. According to her, this is a mechanism created as a defense response to intense physical and emotional pain when there is no possibility or is dangerous to flee or fight, and parts of the experience are extracted from the accessible stream of consciousness. When the abuse is repetitive, a system of identities may be formed that carries the traumas while disconnecting the memories and feelings associated with them from normal consciousness. That is literally MK Ultra. That is Sirhan shit. Based on testimonies from around the world over the years, there are situations where abusers are aware of the possibility of producing such a disorder in young children. One patient underwent repeated sadistic attacks with the abusers intending to cause a split in consciousness so she wouldn't remember and wouldn't tell. When she was an adult, she even met one of the attackers in a mall and didn't recognize him. There is an atmosphere of excitement, as if we're performing the most sacred and elevated act in the world, Nurit says. I was very young. In the images, people and verses appeared. I have scars on my genitals. They injured and damaged them. Female genital mutilation, that's what that is. It involved tremendous cruelty, abuse, humiliation, control, and ownership, all disguised as religious and elevated spiritual work. It's appropriating God to serve urges. This remains central to my traumas. While such specific events may happen once, the abuse itself becomes a way of life, creating enormous internal destruction. So yes, the damage and implications are terrible. Through his extensive experience, Boaz has encountered dozens of cult survivors harmed in ceremonies, but also many patients harmed through home-based ceremonies, typically by fathers or uncles who, chronically, over the years, employed ceremonies they invented, incorporating religious texts and context. This part is the part that just makes me so mad. To cover the fact that it's actually baked into the religion and they're taught these things, this guy is going to say the most fucked up shit. According to him, according to him, this represents consciousness control. The child is forced into a tailored role. If told, for example, they came to repair the world and must therefore suffer, or that suffering must intensify beyond what they've already learned to survive because they are the chosen victim. The child is told that if not they, another family child would be chosen for the sacrifice. And I've asked my wife, I've asked many other people that have siblings, if at any point when you were young, if you were told it's going to be you or your younger brother or sister, what would you do? My wife says without a doubt, should have been her. She'd have volunteered. She'd have done anything to protect her little brother. And I think most people are like that. That wasn't the part that I was talking about, actually. We're going to get to that part, that the most fucked up part. I thought it was this part. Ceremonies, and this part's fucked up. Ceremonies include invented prayers. This is we're getting to it. Invented prayers, mutterings, and songs with religious texts. So they all just happen to invent these same mutterings, prayers, and songs associated with the same religious text. They all just created it all on their own. The guy's going to say intuition later, right? He's going to call it intuition. These guys all just had the same intuition, read the same thing fraudulently, falsely, read into the same biblical passages, and they all felt the same way, and then ended up doing the same kinds of things, singing the same song, all just happenstance. Fucking bullshit, man. Invented bread songs really. I believe that through these mantras and mutterings, not only does the victim disassociate, but the abuser creates disassociation for himself. Sure, because he can't just be a fucked up piece of shit. Immediately afterward, he can attend synagogue and blow the shofar because he's an asshole. He's a psychopath. It's not because he disassociated. He was there. He was enjoying himself. There are cases of institutionalized organizations worldwide where techniques for creating disassociation in children follow consistent patterns. Right, this is MK Ultra. This is, and again, the people behind MK Ultra came out of this. That's how they knew what to do. It's psychopaths, absolutely. You stand with the hands, right? There are worldwide consistent patterns. Disassociation. I think the abusers I encountered through my patients were diabolically sophisticated, but in my opinion, they didn't learn these methods from some manual. They developed them through intuition. Who the fuck says something like that? They all had the same disgusting fucking intuitions. You fucking piece of shit doctor, you. Again, imagine being a victim and reading this and thinking, do I come forward? Let me read this article about it. I'll decide after I read this. Are you going to think, yep, this encourages me to come forward? Oh, of course. Joel's here. Joel's back to be like, yeah, that sounds believable. I'm okay with this because he's done this. He's been on both sides of these rituals. That's why he always shuts down. You know, this makes him remember how much he hates his piece of shit father. He hates his mother too because she knew about it. She didn't protect him. She probably partook, but she was a victim herself. This shit was done to her as well. Why do you think she was such a dumbass? Why do you think she was married to a guy that was 11 years older than her? They're disgusting. It creates these monsters. It creates people with resentment. You know, you hurt. Like a dog that gets abused, right? It's not going to be some cuddly dog. It's going to want to hurt everything else before it gets hurt. Right? They're always the worst kind because you never know when they're going to snap and lash out at you. And that's what all of these pieces of shit are, man. At the end of the day, they're fucking victims. It's fucking awful. It's as if evil itself has intuition. In one case, a patient underwent massive abuse that caused physical injury, extreme humiliation, and contempt. Even today, decades later, she believes she's a creature from another world. Though intellectually she understands this isn't true, emotionally, she feels destined for this role. Shit is so fucked up. Consider how easy it is to tell a child that they were born from the power of impurity and therefore must suffer. I don't understand how that could be easy. I can believe children are dumb. You can convince them that Santa Claus exists, that a fat white dude comes and brings presents even though you don't have a chimney. He somehow comes in and, kids are dumb. Mine weren't, but kids are dumb. You can get them to believe crazy shit. I don't know how you can get them to believe they're monsters. But that's what this doctor seems to think is cool. An 11-year difference in the realm of consenting adults makes my parents monsters. Yeah. No, your mom was 12. 12 or 13. I know that. You're going to lie because you're a lying ass piece of shit friar. You slipped up and let a little truth out, and that's because you're arrogant and dumb. But we know how it really works. But if she'd have been 20, she wouldn't have been, viable. That's too old. She's definitely not going to be. I mean, unless she was just hit up, and that could be it too. I would assume they're probably pretty ugly people. Let's see. To tell a child, these mantras penetrate deeply, especially when a child is abused and brought to the brink of death. Certainly psychological death, but in several cases I encountered, part of the abuse involved nearly killing the victim before allowing them to survive. So they're grateful to you because you allowed them. Not that kid, not that kid. You were special. They liked you enough that they're going to keep you around. That's what the fuck they're saying. They just can't say it all. In such states, consciousness transforms and implanted beliefs become part of one's very essence. Because what creates a stronger bond than nearly dying and then surviving? Paired apart, blah, blah, blah. Her daughter, yeah, it's a really awful story. Men of the settlement acting together, conducting group rape with extreme violence, drugs, and nudity. Somehow afterwards, she returned home clean and intact. It's unclear how. She didn't. Her mother victimized and knew what was going on. She filed a police complaint that was subsequently closed. She completely broke down from the experience. She genuinely felt she was being stalked. There's an entire community concealing things, and apparently many people have something to hide, exactly. While others either close their eyes or are too weak to act. Nope. When it comes to kids, we gain strength. Eden spoke about 6 men participating in the rape. Such things require secrecy. Fighting an entire community is incredibly difficult, and some people simply cannot bring themselves to believe it. Well, they can. They just don't want to acknowledge it. But imagine how difficult it is for me to do it. I'm not even one of those pieces of shit. I'm already beneath them as far as they're concerned. And they control the media. They control success. So imagine how difficult it's going to be for me if it was for her. Many women we interviewed described ceremonies involving supposed reenactments of biblical stories. The Binding of Isaac reenactment, for example, appears in 5 out of 10 separate fucking testimonies. That's the female genital mutilation, where they cut off the pleasure part. Nurit describes, they tied me up, creating an imitation of the Binding of Isaac. Though it wasn't exactly the same because I'm female. They took a specific symbol, used it as they wanted, and connected it to a form of circumcision. Get down. Get down. Right? It's right here. What else would you consider to be female circumcision? What else would you be circumcising? You're making things difficult on yourself on purpose. You had opportunities, but you squandered them, and that's on you. Yup. Standing up for the Jewish children is the worst thing I could do. And it's strange that a friar of all people is the one telling me that. Go figure. Guilty piece of shit. I only leave him here because he's so fucking dumb and obvious with it. Like, he's a great secondary character to have in this. Because a lot of times it would be a lot harder to believe what I'm saying if he wasn't here playing the role. Like, he's a fucking dumbass. You're right, it's an awful lie. Who's lying? Israel Hayom is lying? Or all of these women saying the exact same story are lying? The treatment professionals, are you calling your people a bunch of liars, or somehow saying I'm lying for reading this? What am I lying about? I'm reading this. Where are you talking? Like, what the fuck are you? How are you so desperately stupid? It's amazing. You're seriously this dumb. It's like the inbreeding and the disassociation and the abuse and all this shit. Not one time does this admitted friar say, man, this is really horrible. Something needs to be done about it. Instead, he's sort of bringing back up the bribe and, well, you had the opportunities. How fucked up is this guy that he doesn't break free and just be like, man, I have literally no physical or reality proof of any of the shit that they say. The evidence is right here. I claim to be a good person. If I'm a good person, why do I associate with a genocidal pedophile cult? That doesn't make any sense. That's what he would do if he was actually a decent person. But think about it, man. This guy is outing himself left and right as being the piece of shit he is. That's crazy. It's crazy to think that somebody could be that stupid. Nothing in friar law requires performing the binding of Isaac this way. Nevertheless, I sensed they were reading texts, reciting passages, and conducting a deliberately organized, planned ceremony with a specific process. It serves to legitimize evil. No. But the reason it felt like that is because it is that way. Oh, look, we have 0 viewers suddenly. Occam's razor says the most obvious option is the correct one. So, in layman's term, it's not true because it's so crazy. What? What? It's so awful and crazy that so many women say the exact same things. That must Occam's razor, where you slice away all the bullshit. Because obviously you don't know what Occam's razor means. You're a fucking inbred dumbass. Occam's razor says if everybody's saying it, it's fucking true. If everybody all across the country, different communities, different ages, different whatever, are all telling the same stories, and they're talking about the organization that exists, nobody's just winging it. It's because that's what the organization is. You fucking piece of shit. What a piece of fucking shit this guy is. He deserves the worst of the worst. He's sitting there calling his own people liars. That's the only time he's addressed it. He's never said anything about how awful it is, how nobody should experience that, no matter who they are. But man, as one of them, he feels really bad. Like nothing until now, where he says they're liars. Holy fucking shit, man. And you wonder how this mentality works. There is no getting through to them. That's why they need to, just let go. Go to your Jewish autonomous oblast in Russia. It's a beautiful place. And make the best of your situation. See how well it works out for you. No more no more American protection. We're going to fix the problem in Palestine. We created the problem, so we got to fix it. But think about how awful this person is. I don't have to tell people I'm a good person for them to know but I am, but you do. I have to tell people I'm a good person. Are you really this stupid? I mean, I know English isn't your first language, but are you really struggling this hard? Your cope is insane, dude. You're an outed pedophile. You just outed yourself again. And you're going to act like, it's my fault for talking about it. I just shouldn't be talking about it. These liars. This Israel Hayom, completely Israel pro-friar, like extremist, right-wing, fucking leaning, Netanyahu backing paper, posted a whole bunch of lies, apparently. That is insane. Oh, now I'm going to talk about the afterlife. Yeah, fuck you. If there's a God and it allows people like you into the place, I want nothing to do with that God. Why you pedophiles even think that you'd be in a heaven? Why you would think a God? Well, I know why, because your books tell you it's okay. Like Binding of Isaacs and all these different rituals and shit that you guys have. Yeah. You've been broken and bred and raped into believing the way you do, and there's no changing that. So all you are is a danger to children forever. People like you cannot be allowed to be around children. You're a danger to them. You think this is all religious, this is all act of God kind of shit. You don't condemn it. You don't think anything's wrong. You just say, oh, it's a lie. All these friar women in hundreds and thousands of different reports, they're all just lying. And you know it's a lie because it's so crazy. I cannot believe you just said you pull out Occam's razor, and what you come up with is not that it's true because so many people are saying it. You think it's crazy that so many people are saying the same thing. And that proves it. So the dumbass just says, I'm going to read it to you.
Hold on, before you do. When you get in and the wrench light comes on and there's nothing wrong. I just went and had everything checked.
Occam's razor says the most obvious option is the correct one. So in layman's terms, it's not true because it's so crazy. So a whole bunch of friar women making the same claims with the same rabbis and the same for decades. You know it's not true because it's so crazy. That's what Occam's razor would tell you. Not that they're all telling the truth or that they all have the same story because it's true. It's the other way, right? That's what Occam's razor would tell you, right, sweetheart? My God. These inbred friars are just the dumbest. Just the fucking dumbest. Arnon, a senior clinical official, says encountered ritual abuse indicators 4 decades ago and several clear cases in recent years, leading him to fear this represents some kind of network. 4 decades ago. It's not new. I mean, it's in their writings. They don't just all have the same intuition. According to him, these individuals, they distort the Kabbalistic source through misinterpretation. So suddenly they're getting it wrong. How could you possibly misinterpret something biblical to justify raping children? It's not a misinterpretation. It's what it says. This is what their shit is. If you think it's anything other than this, you're the dumbass you're supposed to be. There's no other way around it. This is the most horrific shit. And only the pieces of shit are gonna, say what this dumbass says. And again, the worst thing about this video is me walking, not what's being said. Gee, I wonder who says shit like that. Yeah, title of my house. I've been praying. Yeah, look at this shit. These individuals distort Kabbalistic sources through misinterpretation. I believe they're psychopaths using Kabbalah to objectify and exploit victims. When Kabbalistic forces combined with sexual exploitation desires, that creates an explosive situation. Anyone truly God-fearing should carefully avoid this movement as they would be fired. What? I'm certain similar practices exist in secular contexts. Spiritual frameworks can be misappropriated to justify deviations from norms while demanding blind faith. They deliberately choose synagogues, confronting our most sacred spaces. Hey, how come the God that Jesus is didn't just specifically be like, hey, don't fuck with kids. If you fuck with kids, then the people should kill you. That seems like a reasonable thing. No fucking with kids. That should have been clear cut. They perform these acts wearing holy garments, pronouncing divine names, exploiting the concept that certain individuals are permitted, even commanded, to behave contrary to normal expectations. But the notion that prohibitions don't apply to specific individuals is completely foreign to authentic religious tradition. What makes this dangerous is that eventually they believe their own justifications when performing these horrific rituals you've heard described. These are the most shocking accounts I've encountered in my entire life. I fear they genuinely believe they are drawing closer to God through these means. For survival, children often bond with their attackers out of necessity. It resembles Stockholm Syndrome. They believe their abusers claim that they serve some cosmic purpose. See, this is one of the more fucked up parts too, right? Part of the catastrophic healing process comes when, after 30 years, a person suddenly realizes, what? I never had a special role. It was simply evil. This creates an enormous, potentially suicidal break because it collapses their entire worldview. Their inner faith is completely stolen. Yeah, that's really fucked up. So when that reality comes time and they're like, holy shit, I wasn't actually special. It's just psychos. It's just the religion itself. You know? It's just the cult itself. That has to really fucking break you. It's a good thing there'll be so many people around you to you know, herd you in the right direction and keep you from asking the wrong questions and making sure you keep your faith, because at the end of the day, this is just God testing you. This is just God giving you your trials and tribulations. Because when you die and you go to heaven, well, they don't go to heaven. But blah, 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 you get it. My whole worldview is a misinterpretation. LOL. Again, this dumbass is so desperate. Like, I'm not reading Israel Hayom. Don't you guys think what he's talking about is incredibly fucked up? Right. Don't you think they'd be saying that? Oh, absolutely. Mind-boggling insane in the membrane. Yeah, that. Now he's making jokes. He takes it so seriously, he's making jokes about how seriously he takes it. They don't know how to respond like normal people because they're not. He thinks this is how normal people would respond. Yeah, mind-boggling insane in the membrane. It's mind-bogglingly insane in the membrane. I'm making jokes about it. The only time he's going to say that is when he's prompted to. It's an incredibly messed up lie, says this piece of shit. Only the guilty would say that this many people saying the same things are lying. Only guilty people say that shit. And he's already shown he's guilty. You know, when he had his family around and his daddy could hear him, he got really upset when I started reading this and asking questions. He's never approached his daddy about the shit his dad did to him. Probably got scars all over his shit. It's incredibly obvious what's going on. Yeah, it's fucking insane. Especially these guys. Like, this is just as obvious as what's going on my feed. 3 viewers, 14 likes, 2,500 subscribers talking about the most important shit in the world. And you have these cocksuckers that are here, you know, these dumb fucking friars that are here crying about me talking about it more than anything. They don't have an issue. As a matter of fact, they're calling their own people liars. And you know, what do you expect? These guys support metzitzia. Soul correction every 2 weeks. This is what they do. It's all really obvious. That's why I keep saying, like, the conspiracy, one of the biggest things that the conspiracy has done is convinced people that the conspiracy is some super complicated, cosmic fucking, super metaphysical, all the secrets and all the symbols and all this other dumb shit. No, it's really, really easy. This really awful group that makes themselves awful, they've been in control since the last reset, but they're losing their fucking control. They fucked up. They gave us the internet. People like me exist, and their worldview is crashing. It's the equivalent of taking, now it's a second Bigfoot reference, because again, he's so stupid, he doesn't have much to give. He could have come up with anything else, but he's so stupid he made another Bigfoot reference. Again, a bunch of friar women in Israel, and then all these doctors that with all these degrees and in charge of this center and that center and all of these, they're all just lying because Joel's a guilty piece of shit. And I would hate to see how many fucking children he's actually violated in his life. He is just repulsive. He's a repulsive, and they are. He stinks. The things he thinks are funny, he makes pedo jokes and shit all the time. He's a repulsive human being. I hate even saying that shit because I don't like associating us together. They're repulsive. At school, they pray and discuss divine providence, how everything has a purpose and God manages the world, but he wasn't there for them. This represents profound mind control, requiring many years of therapy to address this pain. Therefore, any testimony you hear represents merely a fraction of what actually occurred. The spiritual injury is utterly unbearable. Just as SA damages trust in people, spiritual injury robs the child of faith. Yeah, the most important thing is that faith that doesn't help them. Like, do you understand how stupid that is? I know this, we told you this shit and blah, 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 and obviously it's not true, but it's important that you maintain it because it keeps our circle closed. You have to maintain the faith. If you don't maintain the faith and you go out there and start telling people shit, well, it's not going to be good. Noga, who reports she was in a cult that conducted organized ritual child abuse until she reached late childhood, 12, explains that there exists some agreement with the gods. The entire theory revolves around correction. Fucked up. See? Gotta love how it fucks up all the time. The phrase, the great correction, recurs constantly. To achieve the great correction, one must suffer, primarily because suffering purifies and advances redemption. The gods I remember are Baal, Peor, and Ashtoreth. I vaguely recall statues. I remember them saying our Lord Peor and our Lady Ashtoreth. What makes this truly disturbing is that these are observant friars who meticulously follow friar commandments, minor and major alike, not as a performance. They genuinely adhere to the Torah commandments according to Orthodox tradition. Exactly. That's exactly it. They express contempt for Reform friars while simultaneously, in a parallel existence, practice literal idol worship. I had a connection to something I can't explain. I possessed both a strong faith and an innocent connection to God, which they exploited. For a child who is spiritually open and connected, it is easy to implant messages and create twisted distortions. What messages? Messages stemming from deliberate confusion between fundamental values, between heaven and earth, darkness and light, good and evil. They claim to reach the root of existence through the most defiled, lowest places. supposedly elevating them to holiness. And through this concept, they create numerous distortions. They essentially blur boundaries between good and evil, between sexuality and love and family. Whatever can be mixed and intermingled, they do it. Their ceremonies include cross-gender dressing, like transvestites, extremely promiscuous sexuality involving men with children, men with women, and even within family units. Throughout our investigation, horrible things, how it's possible for such horrific crimes against children to continue for years under the right under everyone's noses, particularly law enforcement agencies. Even we as treatment professionals have as existential need for denial. What? You have an existential need for denial? Why? Again, this is the good guy saying this, right? The good guy is saying this. An existential need. Because of my faith, I need this to not be true. When you hear that a woman who collaborated with abusers washed the abused child to remove evidence of the abuse, your entire soul screams, this cannot be real. Just as the child disassociates, knowing that remembering what happened would make continued existence impossible, we as witnesses must make a choice, consciously or unconsciously, whether we are willing to believe such horrifying things occur. It undermines our very personal existence, creating a command of silence that operates not just externally, but at a deeply internal level. Fucking assholes. In religious terms, these represent the most serious offenses possible. Exposing this phenomenon is crucial, particularly apprehending perpetrators and bringing them to justice. Beyond the physical and sexual harm, this involves profound spiritual abuse. Explained a religious figure familiar with victims who blah, blah, blah. It's essential to understand these constitute the most serious offenses possible within priorism. From a religious perspective, this is a desecration of God's name. Shut the fuck up. Alongside the defensive doubting mechanism that naturally arises when confronting terror of death embedded in victims' bones, understanding the crushing rocks of silencing and the satanic chains of threats that bound victims, denying without investigation becomes a privilege we cannot allow ourselves. The alleged crimes described in testimonies collected by Israel and Rome never reached courtroom discussion or a thorough investigation. Though these serious offenses may lack specific legal formulation, existing legal frameworks, including human trafficking and rape situations, obligate law enforcement authorities to investigate complaints about monstrous evils that defy description. But they don't. That's the end. It's the most fucked up article ever written. Most important article ever written. How can you condone this? If these were your people, wouldn't you be trying to help instead of denying it and making jokes? You would think, unless you were guilty, right? Unless you were fearful of what will come your way through exposure, then you try to play it off. You make jokes. You do what pedophiles do. Right? The rest of us, we hear this shit and it's like, man, I can't believe I'm going to take this shit with me for the rest of the day. Like, this is fucked up. This is horrendous. And I guess this guy does the same thing, but in order to, disassociate, like they say, he just says, oh, it's all just lies. For some reason, Israel Hayom decided to put out a lying piece that makes them look really bad. Like, it's one thing if they're lying about how great Netanyahu is. That's what propaganda is. But to lie about yourselves, making yourselves look bad, that don't make no sense. Anyway, if you want to read that article for yourself, it's the third article, the third link in the description. The first link will be the one to the music, www.the-bilderberg, bilderberg-group.com. Mary, you got to go check out the new ones. I need your opinion. Do you like mine or Charles's version better? The GW or the CSK version better? There's two. Same song, just different versions. And I don't even know if it's a better thing. It's just which one. I don't know. Go check it out. Go watch Hollywoodism. The second link in the description will be Hollywoodism, the most important film ever made. That film tells you why you think the way you do. Like how Israel Hayom describes how they think the way they do. It makes sense of a horrible people that can live off of genocide and sit here like the reason this guy can do all this and be like, it's just a lie, make jokes, because it happened to him. He was victimized by the society and then forced to victimize a child himself. Probably has a taste for it. This is how he maintains his illusion. It's all, you just lie, he knows I'm not. How could you deny it? It's Israel Hayom's, it's not me. It's the number one Israeli free paper given out daily, distributed daily throughout Israel for free. And you're saying that's a lie. Gotcha. These lies are directed at me and my people, and that is disgusting because my people are numb because of persecution we have gone. Why have you gone through so much persecution in history, if that's actually the truth? I mean, maybe it's because of this rape thing that you guys like to do, your metzitzia, your soul correction. Can you imagine? You get this group that comes and invades your town, and they're like, no, we promise we'll fit in. And then 2 weeks later, you find out they're doing soul correction, standing in circles naked with the children there. And imagine, you think you're going to persecute those people? Fuck yeah. What about the first time you hear about, well, yeah, this is the moil, he practices the circumcision, he sucks on it, yeah, to make sure it's okay. Yeah, persecute it. Hey, why is that old man with those children? Oh, it's because the Talmud says, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Get the fuck out. Did you see the video out of the UK where the friar guy tried to kidnap a child, tried to grab the child and run off, but the child kicked free? And then the police came and did everything they could to be like, just, they let him go. He literally grabbed a kid and ran with her, and they let him go. Because they were worried about all the implications and the scandals and what, they didn't want to be a part of that shit. It's better to laugh than cry in the face of these monstrous lies. Again, don't be surprised by what Joe's saying. Right? He has to say this. This is what's been programmed into him. He cannot admit that this shit is true, because if he admits it, then that outs him as being the piece of shit that he's been his whole life, keeping silent about it. That outs him as being the piece of shit that he is, that he partook in the fucking rituals. What makes sense? Whip out that Occam's razor. What makes sense? It makes sense that this is all just lie. The same lie's been said about the same group forever. For some reason, people just keep making the same accusations, providing a bunch of evidence, to the point where your own people do it. And nope, everybody's lying. Everybody's lying because everybody's in the conspiracy against little Joel. Little Joel, everybody's trying to get little Joel and his micro penis in trouble. Tell me it's a lie about a poke in the eye, Joel. If they're less than 3 years in 1 day because you have the micro penises, it's considered a poke in the eye. Right? It's all there. Ask Mark Levin. It's amazing how that just disappeared. But yeah, go read the article. The article, again, read it for yourself. The movie tells you why you feel the way you do, why you believe in George Washington, why you believe in slavery, the Native American genocide, all the fucking lies that they tell you to cover up the Tartaria shit, the lack of the World's Fairs and all that stuff that you never heard about growing up. You never heard about the Havara Agreement, the transfer agreement that allowed for 60,000 German friars to be transferred to Palestine between 1933 and 1939. Because if you heard that narrative, then that 6 million bullshit would have fallen apart pretty quickly, right? They never tell you about during that time the friar organization, the friar agency, the Zionist federations, the Zionist organization. They don't tell you about these things. Hitler was in power when the Havara Agreement was signed. And it didn't allow, it paid for them to go. They were paid to go. They gave a little bit of money and then they walked away with a settlement. You know, land, a house, all of it built ready for them. Because it was somebody else's house already. Go read about the Aliyahs. It'll tell you all about it. I know I'm telling the truth. I know there's nothing I need to hide behind. I know the best that you can do is go, you're lying, because you can't actually debunk what I'm saying. People need to learn about Operation Cast I Bread. When they poisoned the drinking water systems of the people that they were going to attack. Approved by the first Prime Minister, David Ben-Gurion. It's all there. It's all right in front of you. Easy for as fuck for you to see it if you want to. All you have to do is look. So go get your free download. Go watch Hollywoodism. Go read Bottom of Darkness, Israel Home, and then there's a whole bunch of shit. There's link to act.il, link to Team Jorge, a link to Naftali Bennett saying that they control Wikipedia and everything is balanced and Zionist in nature. A link to the Semitism definition. All the receipts I can find, I put in the description for you, so you can try to find what I'm wrong about, because I'd love to hear it. I'm still waiting for pussy-ass Joel to make a Guy Williams Sucks video and tell me how I'm wrong about anything I've talked about. He's a coward, though. He won't take 5 minutes to make a video, but he's been watching me since before I went live. He was watching my previous videos and shit, just waiting for me to go live. This guy has been here the entire fucking time. 4 hours. Because he hates me so much. Fucking loser. Anyway, have yourselves a great day. Mary, I'll talk to you soon. Go get your free downloads and all that shit. And most importantly, Joel, you pedophiles, fucking kill yourself, man. Do one good thing in this world and stop hurting kids. Kill yourself. Seriously. Wait for it. Okay.